Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. A thin layer of sweat broke out on the back of Irene's neck, and a chill from the inner passage seeped in through her collar. She counted the cracks in the ice on the wall, the seventh one, right where Lucas's palm was pressed. That was the mark he had made with the ice pick, when he had demonstrated infrasonic resonance to her 3 days ago. At this moment the ice patterns were trembling slightly with the approaching footsteps, like some kind of silent Morse code. 4 to 5 people. Lucas lowered his voice and tapped her wrist with his fingertips, which was the counting method they agreed on. His other hand was on the protruding metal valve on the wall. It was the heating pipe switch of the Maple Leaf's old training hall. 30 years ago. Now it has been converted into an energy interface for the infrasonic wave generator. Irene could feel the warmth of his palms seeping through the cotton gloves, forming a sharp contrast with the coldness of the ice spikes. This was his habit when he was nervous, always using the temperature difference to stimulate his nerves to stay awake. Carl is here in person. Erin dug her nails into her palms. 3 days ago on the top floor of the hospital, she had seen the killer sent by Margaret. There was blood on the cuffs of his suit, but he carefully wiped the grip of the hockey stick with a white handkerchief, as if he was maintaining a work of art. Judging from the sound of footsteps at this moment, the man who always treated battle as a ritual was scraping the ground with the teeth of his ice hockey skates. Click, click, and every step was so precise as if he was measuring the distance. The third old ice machine on the left. Lucas suddenly pulled her. Irene followed his gaze, and saw half a frozen ice ball stuck on the rusty ice maker, with fine scratches on the surface. It was last Wednesday when she discovered something unusual at the side door of the locker room. A player's skate was at the wrong angle, and the scratches looked like the letter K. It was later confirmed that it was the striker covered by his personality calling for help. The ice trough of the ice machine can hide a person. Irene's fingers stroked the scratches on the ice ball and suddenly remembered Carl's expression when he died. 3 days ago they first encountered each other in an abandoned warehouse. The killer's eardrums were shattered by the infrasound, but he smiled at her before falling down. Now that I think about it, the frequency of his pupil contraction is exactly the same as the rhythm of the ice skate scratches last Wednesday. The interval of 0.3 seconds is some kind of secret code. They need to be alive. Lucas turned the metal valve, and the infrasonic generator emitted a low hum. Irene could feel the low-frequency vibrations running along the floor into her calves. This was the mild mode that Lucas had improved. It would not directly damage the internal organs, but it would cause dizziness in ordinary people. But Carl is different. Margaret's people have long been trained to be able to resist interference. Last week in the hospital, he was hit by the same sonic attack, but he only staggered 2 steps and continued to chase. Use maximum output. Irene suddenly grabbed his wrist. Lucas's pupils shrank, a micro-expression when he was surprised. He's waiting for this. Irene pointed to the top of her head. The iron roof of the abandoned warehouse was dripping, and the melted snow water dripped into the dark passage along the pipe. Snow water is conductive, and the circuit interface of the infrasound generator is under the pipe. Lucas's finger paused on the valve handle, and finally pressed the maximum power button. The roar of the infrasound waves suddenly rose, shaking the ice edges to fall. Taking advantage of the vibration, Irene rushed to the ice machine. The soles of her shoes were covered with anti-slip powder brought from the locker room, leaving blurry footprints on the ice. This was a deliberate misleading move on her part. Carl's men were good at tracking, and they had to be led to believe that the target was hiding in the ice tank. Separate. Lucas's growl was mixed in the sound waves. Irene ducked into the gap between 2 ice machines and saw him rushing towards the old toolbox in the corner out of the corner. There was a wrench he had left over from repairing the infrasonic equipment last week, and a half-empty bottle of antifreeze. Irene counted her heartbeats. 3 seconds. Enough time for Lucas to get the tools. 5 seconds. Carl's men should have discovered the trap in the ice tank. 7 seconds. The henchman in the leather jacket would rush over with a hockey stick raised. He was right-handed and would raise his elbow 10 centimeters when attacking. Bang. The sound of metal collision was heard. Irene poked half of her face out from the gap and saw the thug in the leather jacket squatting with his hands on his knees, and the wrench hit his knee pads. That was Lucas's accurate aim. Another man in a woolen hat rushed towards Lucas with a knife in hand, and Irene grabbed the ice ball at her feet and threw it at him. The ice ball hit the man's wrist. The crisp sound of bones colliding and the buzzing of infrasound overlapped, and the man's knife fell to the ground with a clang.
Aaron! Lucas's voice was warning.
She turned around and saw Carl standing at the entrance of the secret passage. The killer was not wearing a coat, and his muscles undulated with his breathing under his black turtleneck sweater. The hockey stick in his hand was not made of ordinary material, and the shaft glowed with a cold light. It was made of titanium alloy, the same weapon that killed the forward, Dr. Visser. Carl's voice was like an ice pick scraping glass. Miss Margaret said, "Your father used to run like that." Irene's temple throbbed. Childhood memories suddenly came flooding back. On a rainy night, her father stuffed her into the closet. With Russian curses coming from outside the door through the gap in the closet, she saw her father's blood dripping onto the floor, forming small red ice beads. And the man who fired the gun had the same tattoo on his wrist as Carl did. 3 maple leaves with a skull in the middle. "You shouldn't mention her father." Lucas's voice came from the right. Only then did Irene realize that he had gone around behind Carl at some point, and the antifreeze bottle in his hand was glowing blue due to the infrasonic vibrations. Carl's pupils suddenly contracted, which was a sign that he was about to attack. Irene remembered the conclusion in the profile report. This type of killer will have a reaction delay of 0.5 seconds when mentioning the target's weaknesses. She rushed forward, the teeth of her skates leaving sparks on the ground. Carl's hockey stick swept over, and Irene dodged sideways while stabbing his wrist with an ice spike broken off from the ice maker. The moment the ice spikes pierced her skin, she smelled the rusty smell of blood, the same blood her father had back then. Carl groaned and dropped his hockey stick to the ground. Lucas took the opportunity to splash antifreeze into his eyes. The blue liquid froze when it came into contact with the cold, forming a thin layer of frost on Carl's face. "Let's go." Lucas pulled her into the depths of the dark passage, but they stopped after just 2 steps. The exit was blocked by 2 modified snowmobiles with 2 henchmen lying on the driver's seats with neat knife wounds on their throats. Carl's laughter came from behind, with the sound of cracking ice. "Dr. Visser, do you think I only brought 4 men with me?" Irene turned around and saw Carl picking up the antifreeze bottle on the ground with a hockey stick. Moonlight shone through the ventilation window above his head, illuminating the instrument behind him, the old infrasound receiver they had ignored. Strange symbols were engraved on the metal casing, a gear pierced by ice spikes surrounded by a hexagram. Irene's breath hitched. This symbol exactly matched the pattern on the half photo she kept in her secret pocket. In the photo, her father's hand was pressing on the same symbol. "That's Margaret's new toy." Carl tapped the symbol with his hockey stick, the ultimate switch for reverse personality overlay. "Now you guys are stuck here, while my guys are upstairs launching the live stream of the grand finals."
Dr. Visser, guess what the audience felt when they saw the legendary goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs kill his teammate on the ice with his own hands?
The infrasonic roar suddenly changed its pitch. Lucas's expression suddenly changed. He changed the frequency. "This is... You taught me that, Dr. Gray." Carl's smile was faintly visible under the frost. To cover a personality with infrasound, a specific resonant frequency is required, and you just taught me how to find it. Irene's temple began to throb again. This time it was not a memory, but a familiar tingling. She reached for the half photo in the secret pocket, and her fingertips touched the bulge on the edge of the photo. That was the Morse code engraved by her father, which she had never deciphered. At this moment, the rhythm of the code and the frequency of the infrasound overlap, like a key slowly inserting into a dark keyhole. The sound of dripping water deep in the dark passage suddenly became faster. Irene looked up and saw that the snow on the ventilation window was melting rapidly, with watermarks flowing down the wall, forming distorted reflections on the symbols. Lucas squeezed her hand, the warmth from his palm almost burning her. Behind them, the tip of Carl's hockey stick was slowly pointing towards the symbol. The sound of metal friction was like some ancient spell that was about to be awakened. The wind from the old port brought ice chips to her collar, and a thin layer of frost formed on Irene's eyelashes. She huddled in the back seat of Lucas's old rental pickup truck, a torn-out map from the garage spread across her knees. The edge of the paper was wrinkled by Mike's blood, but the words Pier 7 seemed to be engraved on the retina. That was the last phone number his father made before the accident 20 years ago. The thermometer shows that your fingertips are 3.2 degrees. Lucas leaned over from the driver's seat and stuffed the thermos into her arms. The metal shell still carried the temperature of his palm. Drink some ginger tea. It will be here in 5 minutes. Irene didn't answer. She stared at the darkness outside the windshield. The lighthouse in the abandoned industrial area had been turned off long ago, and only a few rusty sodium lamps were dimmed in the snow and fog. In the rearview mirror, Lucas's Adam's apple moved, and his knuckles unconsciously rubbed the medical kit on the passenger seat. It contained his improved infrasonic generator, which, when tested in the locker room last time, could make a hockey stick vibrate and break into pieces. The moment the pickup truck ran over the railroad tracks, Irene's back teeth felt sore. Through the frosted car window, she saw the rusty iron plate with the words Pier 7 hanging diagonally between two concrete pillars. Behind it was a 3-story concrete factory, with the outer walls covered with dead ivy vines that looked like blood vessels cut by a knife. Camera location, she said suddenly. Lucas stepped on the brakes and followed her gaze. There was a miniature camera under the awning in the southeast corner, with the lens slightly tilted upward, perfectly avoiding the ground. The camera next to the vent on the west side had a tricky angle, just enough to cover the factory entrance, and a 10-meter range on the left. 2 sets of cameras, one open sentry and one hidden sentry. Irene tapped the car window with her nails. Guard patrol intervals. Look at the snow. Lucas narrowed his eyes. 2 parallel rows of footprints were trampled into the snow under the main entrance steps. With varying depth, the deep row of footprints had severe wear on the forefoot, which should be from people who carried heavy loads for a long time. The shallow row had nail marks on the heel, and the stride was 72 centimeters, which was in line with the training habits of occupational security. Shifts change every 12 minutes. He took out his phone and called up the thermal imaging. The factory's outer wall showed 3 mobile heat sources, 2 at the second-floor window and 1 behind the east warehouse. Access control. Irene pointed to the main entrance. There was an iris reader embedded in the metal door frame, and a fingerprint lock underneath. There were fresh scratches on the edge of the keyhole. Someone tried to crack it within 3 days, but failed. She suddenly grabbed Lucas's wrist. Look at that. A piece of black nylon rope was half exposed in the snow pile at the base of the east wall, with the knot being a standard sailor's knot. Irene squatted down and used a pen to pick up the snow. The end of the rope was stained with light blue fibers, exactly the same material as Mike's work clothes in the repair shop. They arrived early. Lucas's voice sank, his fingertips pressed on the medical kit. Or rather, we were led here. The wind suddenly changed direction, blowing snow particles onto the iron roof of the factory. A faint sound of electricity came from Irene's headset. It was the tracker she modified with the chip from Mike's work badge, which was now making a regular beep sound. The frequency has increased. She pressed the headset. The chip signal source is underground in the factory. Lucas's thumb pushed open the lock of the medical box, and the metal shell of the infrasound generator glowed coldly. I'll count to 3, and you run to the west vent. He pulled off his scarf and tied it around Irene's neck. Remember to step on the snow with your heels to cover up the sound of your footsteps. 2. Irene's heartbeat thumped against her ribs. She caught a glimpse of Lucas's Adam's apple moving, and he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. He was the same way in the morgue 3 days ago, and was interrupted by the medical examiner pushing the door before he could say, "Be careful." 3. Lucas suddenly rushed towards the main entrance. The medical box swung in an arc at his side. The guard's shout rang out, and Irene crouched and ran wildly to the west. The crisp sound of her boots rolling through the snow was drowned out by the hum of the infrasound generator. She saw half a face sticking out of the second-floor window. When the flashlight beam swept across the ground, the knot on the snow suddenly flashed. It was the shape of Mike's birthmark on the back of his neck, exactly the same as the maple leaf logo of the legendary goalkeeper. This way. The guard's footsteps were approaching. Erin dove into the shadows beside the vent, digging her nails into her palms. The vent mesh had been pried open, and she felt oil on the edge of the mesh. WD-40, the same type used in auto repair shops to lubricate ice skates. Bang! The roar of the infrasound generator suddenly changed its pitch, and Lucas's muffled groan was mixed in. Irene stuck her head out and saw that he was pinned to the wall by 2 guards. The medical box fell at his feet, and the generator's wires were torn off. One of the guards raised the electric baton, and the moment the blue light exploded in front of Lucas's eyes, he suddenly smiled. It was the death smile that Irene had seen in the criminal psychology class. When the perpetrator realizes that he is about to be exposed, he will use this expression to cover up his panic. They are unarmed. Erin's mind raced. The guards' tactical vests were bulging, but there were no holsters. The stun guns were rubber-coated and had no police numbers. This showed that they didn't want to kill anyone, at least not now. She took out the ice skates she had picked up from the repair shop and placed the blade against the iron mesh of the vent. The ice blade was what Mike used, repair skates, and there was still ice shavings on the blade. With a click, the iron net was pried open a half-finger-wide gap, and cold wind with the smell of rust poured in, and a slight mechanical sound came from inside.
"Search!" The guard's roar made the window glass buzz.
Lucas's coat was torn off, and Irene saw a silver device on his lower back. It was the infrasonic loudspeaker that was tested in the locker room last time. At this moment, the indicator light was flashing at a frequency of 0. Now, she held her breath. When the frequency of the loudspeaker resonates with the guard's heartbeat, they will be stunned for it. Irene ducked and rushed over, slashing the tactical belt of the nearest guard with her ice knife and spraying the anti-wolf spray accurately into his eyes. The moment the other guard turned, Lucas elbowed him behind the ear, an infrasound-sensitive area he had written about in his paper. The alarm sounded suddenly. The iris recognition device at the factory's main entrance flashed red, and the searchlights on the second floor lit up at the same time, stretching the shadows of the 3 people. Irene dragged Lucas towards the air vent, and caught a glimpse of dark lines under the snow on the ground, tire marks, extending from the back door of the factory to the warehouse on the east side. The tire marks were exactly the same as those of the motorcycle that had smashed the glass in the repair shop. The moment the iron mesh of the ventilation hole was completely torn open, Irene's boot tip kicked a metal object. She bent down to pick it up. It was a maple leaf-shaped badge, exactly the same as the logo on the legendary goalkeeper's mask. 1993 is engraved on the back of the badge, the year my father was murdered by the gang. Go in. Lucas pushed her into the ventilation duct, and the infrasonic loudspeaker exploded behind them. The dust in the metal pipe was shaken into pieces. Irene's knees scraped against the pipe wall, and the taste of blood filled her mouth. At the end of the pipe was a metal door. A faint blue light leaked through the gap in the door, shining into the puddles on the ground, reflecting a string of fresh footprints size 42, with the anti-slip texture of ice hockey skates on the soles. Lucas pressed his palms against the metal door, but it didn't budge. Irene held up the badge and found a maple leaf-shaped groove on the door handle that fit perfectly with the badge. Just as she was about to press it, she heard the sound of gears turning deep in the pipe, mixed with some kind of low-frequency hum, like infrasound, but more turbid than Lucas's equipment, and more alive. The moment the metal door slowly opened, Irene saw a flight of stairs leading downwards behind the door. Water droplets were seeping from the walls, and the moss on the steps had fresh traces of being stepped on. In the bottommost darkness, something flashed. It was the reflection of titanium alloy, exactly the same as the helmet worn by the murderer at the crime scene, and the ones in the secret compartment of the repair shop. The sirens were still blasting overhead, and Lucas put his hand on the back of hers. Irene could feel his fingertips trembling, not because of the cold, but because of excitement, the anger of discovering that the technology he researched was being misused, and the urgency of uncovering the truth burned his palms. "Go down," she said. In the darkness below the stairs there was a damp sound similar to breathing. The snow hit the back of Irene's neck like a handful of crushed ice. Her fingers tightened slightly on the gun handle, and the scream of the metal door hinges was still buzzing in her ears. The musty smell of the repair shop mixed with the fishy odor of engine oil rushed in, and the orange-red light of the emergency light illuminated the dust floating in the air, refracting tiny spots of light on the boss's glasses. "Are you two anchored?" A voice emerged from the shadows. Irene's eyes swept over instantly. The man in dark blue work clothes was straightening up from behind the lift platform, turning the wrench in his palm. His right eyelid twitched, a micro-expression that flashed for only half a second under the light, but was long enough to make the back of Irene's neck tense. The psychiatrist's intuition reminded her, this was no ordinary mechanic. Lucas's emergency light flickered, illuminating the man's ID card. The letters Mike Rayner were a little worn, with black oil on the edges. Irene noticed that there were two symmetrical creases at the knees of his overalls, the indentations from wearing a holster for a long time. The car suddenly stalled. Lucas took a half step forward and pointed the light towards the workbench. Irene knew what he was looking for. The logo of the locator parts manufacturer that she had just glimpsed in the corner. "Can you take a look at it?" Mike's smile remained unchanged, but he stretched out his hand to block Lucas's way. "Would you two like to go into the lounge and have a cup of coffee first? It's not good to get frozen in this weather." His left hand was loosely on the handle of the lift, his knuckles turning white. Erin's heels tapped lightly on the concrete floor, the signal she and Lucas had agreed on for danger. Lucas's Adam's apple moved, and he suddenly bent down to rub his ankle. "I sprained it in the snow just now. I need to lean on something." He staggered and held onto the workbench, and the metal parts made a tiny clanging sound under his hands. Irene saw his fingertips quickly sweep across the topmost parts. The corners of the silver chip were exactly the same as the locator they removed from the tracker car. "Don't bother with the coffee." Erin walked forward, deliberately leaving a corner of the holster exposed under her leather jacket. Mike's pupils suddenly contracted, and then he quickly put on a smile. "Okay, then I'll take a look." He turned and walked towards Irene's car, his back tense like a bow. Lucas followed and pretended to accidentally kick the jack at his feet. Erin knew he was marking the fighting position. The steel arm of the jack was strong enough. The handle of the lift could be used as a lever, and the pile of tires in the corner could be used as cover. Her eyes swept across the wrench rack on the wall. The largest open-end wrench was just big enough to clamp a person's wrist. "The fuel tank line has been cut." Mike's voice suddenly rose. "This craftsmanship, it's not something that an ordinary person would do." He bent down and crawled under the car, with his back completely exposed to the two men. Irene noticed a dark red birthmark on the back of his neck, shaped like a maple leaf. Exactly the same tattoo pattern found on the body of a deceased person in a gang stronghold. "Can it be fixed?" Lucas's tone was just the right amount of anxious. Mike straightened up and the smile on his face suddenly froze. His right hand slowly reached for the back pocket of his overalls, his movement so slow that it seemed as if he was deliberately showing off. Irene's fingers gripped the gun handle, but paused before touching the trigger. If she fired now, the sound of the gunshot would attract more people. She looked at Lucas, who nodded slightly, and glanced at the acetylene cutting gun in the corner.
I can fix it. Mike pulled his hand out of his back pocket, revealing a serrated knife. But you two have to leave something behind. The blade cut through the air, bringing up a cold breeze.
Irene was prepared. She dodged the first blow by leaning sideways and ran towards the shelf next to her. Wrenches and screwdrivers rained down on her like a rainstorm. Mike raised his hands to shield his face, and Lucas picked up the jack and smashed it on his knees. There was a sound of metallic collision mixed with a muffled groan. Mike stumbled and hit the lifting platform, and the serrated knife fell to the ground with a clang. How much do you know about the Hypnotic device? Irene put the gun to his temple, her voice as cold as an ice knife. Mike suddenly laughed, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Do you think you're done just because you found me? His tongue quickly pressed against the roof of his mouth. This is the way gangsters convey signals. Irene's heart sank, and she turned to look at the door. In the wind and snow, the lights of 3 motorcycles were piercing the darkness. Let's go. Lucas grabbed her wrist and rushed to the tool area. I'll buy time. You get the cutting gun. The moment Irene grabbed the acetylene cutting gun, Mike suddenly pounced on her. She turned around and hit him on the back of the neck with the butt of the gun, but saw that his pupils suddenly dilated. That was a sign of taking a rapid-acting hallucinogen. The psychiatrist's memory flashes back to the crime scene. The murderer's pupil state at that time was exactly the same as Mike's at this moment. It's a helmet command, Irene shouted. Lucas paused, and Mike took the opportunity to push him away and rush to the workbench. Irene pulled the trigger, and the bullet grazed his ear and went into the wall. He seemed unconscious as he grabbed a metal box, put it in his mouth and bit it hard. It was a cyanide capsule. Don't let him die. Lucas rushed over and clamped his jaw, but it was too late. Mike's body went limp, with black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Irene searched in his pockets and found only a crumpled piece of paper with the words Old Port Pier 7 printed on it. The ink was blurred by blood and looked like a shadow. The roar of motorcycles was getting closer. Lucas tore off Mike's ID card and stuffed it into Aaron's hand. There's a chip on the inside of the ID card that can track his superiors. He picked up a wrench and smashed the car's headlights. Go, I'll lead them away. Irene clutched the note tightly, and as the wind and snow rushed into her collar, she caught a glimpse of the poster on the wall. The legendary goalkeeper's mask glowed coldly in the blue light of the cutting gun. The ice marks on the mask suddenly reminded her of the crime scene. The murderer was wearing the same titanium alloy helmet at the time, the maple leaf on the goalkeeper's emblem, and the birthmark on the back of Mike's neck overlapped to form the same shape. Lucas, she called to the man who turned around and handed him the note. Let's go together. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed. The 2 men rushed towards the side door on the messy ground, and behind them they heard a loud noise of a motorcycle smashing glass. When Irene turned around, she saw the goalkeeper poster being lifted up by the airflow, revealing the secret compartment behind it. A row of titanium alloy helmets were neatly stacked inside, and the dark green reflection on the masks was exactly the same as the car lights tracking them in the rearview mirror. So the note was wrinkled in the palm of the hand, but the handwriting of Pier 7 in the Old Port area became clearer and clearer. Aaron knew this was just the beginning. Snow particles hit the windshield, making a crackling sound. Aaron watched the wipers swing back and forth, pushing the snow into 2 blurry tracks. The leather gloves in the passenger compartment were wrinkled by her, and her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the handle of her father's old gun. The temperature difference between the metal and body temperature made her palms numb and itchy, just like when she was 12 years old, curled up behind the refrigerator in a convenience store, watching her father's skull being smashed with a hockey stick. and the chill ran up the back of her neck. "The thermometer's ticking," Lucas said suddenly. Only then did Irene notice that he hadn't turned on the heating. The man's breath formed a layer of white mist on the lenses. His fingertips were on the steering wheel, and his knuckles were blue due to the low temperature. He freed his left hand and tapped the dashboard. The red needle was vibrating up and down at a strange frequency. "The coolant flow rate is wrong." Irene's nerves tensed instantly. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned over, her hair brushing the back of Lucas's hand. The movement made him stiffen slightly, but was quickly noticed by Irene. She didn't say anything, but used the cold light of the roof lamp to search along the seat rail inch by inch. Found it. Her fingertips touched a raised metal edge on the bottom of the seat. The locator was stuck in the gap between the sponge pad and the steel frame. It was a coin-sized black disc, with half a piece of residual glue on the back. Erin used her fingernails to pick away at the adhesive. The disc felt heavy in her palm. Carl's people might have installed it in the garage. Lucas fished out medical tweezers from his suit pocket and clamped the interface on the side of the disc. "This model has a global positioning system, GPS, and signal return function, and it sends coordinates every 30 seconds. His voice was very light, as if he was confirming a fact that he was unwilling to admit. "They deliberately let us find it." Irene's pupils contracted slightly. She thought of the electrical noise in the car radio just a moment ago. Those vague tracker activations might not have been accidental broadcasts at all, but some kind of psychological suggestion. The mysterious organization wants them to know that they are being tracked, but also wants them to think that they have destroyed the tracker. As Carl said, they just got their tickets in. An old notebook. Lucas suddenly pushed a brown-covered notebook over. The edges of the cover were curled and frayed, showing signs of having been read repeatedly. Irene turned to the first page. Faded blue-black ink smudged across the paper. The dates began in 1993, and next to each date was the abbreviation MTL, Montreal's airport code. The page dated March 17 was soaked in water, and the words were blurred into a mess. Only the words goalkeeper and sound wave resonance could be barely recognized. 1993. Irene's finger stopped on a line of words. That year, my father had just become the team psychologist of the Maple Leafs. 3 months later, he was found dead in a warehouse. There was only half a bloody hockey spike at the scene. She looked up at Lucas, whose Adam's apple moved, but his eyes were fixed on the outside of the car. In the rearview mirror, the two headlights were still looming in the snow, like will-o'-the-wisp flickering in slow motion. "Destroy it." Irene handed over the locator. When Lucas took it, their fingertips touched in the cold air, like two thin pieces of frozen ice. He took out an alcohol cotton pad from the medicine box, wiped the surface of the disc carefully, then clamped the edge of the chip with tweezers, and gently broke it open. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the closed compartment. "They can't get the signal now." Lucas put the fragments into the evidence bag, but there may be a backup device. Irene didn't respond. Her attention was drawn to the strange noise coming from the engine compartment. The originally steady roar suddenly became heavy, as if some metal part was stuck inside. The steering wheel began to shake slightly, and the tachometer needle dropped from 2,000 to 800, then bounced back to 3,000. "What's going on?" She pressed the center console and felt the car body drawing irregular arcs on the snow. Lucas quickly downshifted, the snow tires making a sharp friction sound as they rolled over the icy road. "Maybe the oil line is blocked." His voice was still steady, but his knuckles were white from the effort. Or is it infrasonic interference? Erin finished for him. Both of them thought of the spectrum analyzer they found in the team doctor's office 3 days ago. The jumping waveforms, the frequency of which perfectly matched the resonance point where the ice hockey puck hit the backboard. Lucas's infrasound experiment was originally intended to treat players' concussions, but now it is like a double-edged sword that may be used at any time. "Hit to the right," Lucas suddenly growled. Irene looked up and saw a deep ditch under the snow at the intersection ahead. It was a hole that the municipal maintenance had not yet filled. He slammed the steering wheel, causing the car to slide violently. There was a clang from the trunk. A wrench that had rolled in at some point hit the metal plate, causing Irene's heart to skip a beat. Handbrake. She grabbed the roof rail and leaned her knees against the center console. Lucas slammed the brakes on his foot, and the snow tires plowed 2 deep grooves into the ice. The car finally stopped on the shoulder of the road, with wisps of white smoke coming out of the engine compartment, like a white snake spitting out its tongue. The water temperature is too high. Lucas took off his glasses and wiped the fog off them. We need to find a place to check it. Irene looked out of the car. The snow fell more heavily, and the street lights turned into blurry orange spots in the snow. She rolled down the window and cold air rushed in, carrying with it a burnt smell of rust, the smell of overheated brake pads. Over there, she pointed ahead. But 500 meters away, a red light box flickered in the wind and snow. Auto Repair Shop. Lucas followed her gaze. 2 of the letters Max Auto Repair on the light box had fallen off, and the remaining "My" was glowing a strange red light in the snow. An old pickup truck was parked under the factory shed, with half-melted snow piled in the back, and it was impossible to tell whether there was anyone in it. It could be a trap. Irene took out her gun, and the sound of the safety catch was particularly clear in the car. But we have no choice. Lucas restarted the engine. This time, the engine only made 2 cough-like roars, and then died completely. He turned the key, and all the lights on the dashboard went out, leaving only the odometer numbers glowing blue in the snow. Erin's breathing suddenly hitched. This number, and the date on the page of the notebook, March 17th, 1993, pierced into my memory like a needle. She recalled that on the day her father was murdered, she said on the phone, "I found the old files from 1993 about that goalkeeper. Let's go." She pushed open the car door, and snow immediately poured into her collar. Lucas pulled the emergency lights out of the trunk, and the orange-red light cast 2 long shadows on the snow. The 2 men walked towards the repair shop in ankle-deep snow. The car behind them gradually became blurred in the wind and snow, like an old movie with the mute button pressed. The light box above my head made a crackling sound of electricity. Erin reached out and pushed the door, and the metal hinges made a sharp scream. The door was not locked. She squeezed in sideways, keeping her gun pointed into the darkness. Lucas's emergency light swept across the wall and stopped on a faded Maple Leafs poster. The legendary goalkeeper in the poster is wearing a titanium helmet, and the ice marks on the mask are exactly the same as what Irene saw at the crime scene. "Erin," Lucas's voice suddenly became tense. He moved his light toward the workbench in the corner, where several disassembled car parts were piled. The one on top had the same manufacturer's logo as the locator they had just destroyed. The wind and snow poured in through the open door, rustling the posters. Irene looked at the goalkeeper's eyes on the poster. The pupils hidden behind the mask had the same dark green reflection as the car lights tracking them in the rear-view mirror. The musty smell of the basement, wrapped in the vibration of infrasound, penetrated into Irene's nose, and her fingertips gently slid across the symbol wall. The patterns, painted with dark red paint, looked like frozen blood drops, and the one in the center was particularly strange. Crossed hockey sticks, pierced through the broken titanium mask, with branch-like patterns, similar to ganglia, crawling out of the cracks. The frequency fluctuates at 4.2 Hz. Lucas's voice was cut into pieces by the infrasound. He was leaning over to adjust the old-fashioned spectrometer in the corner, the metal knob turning rapidly in his palm. Carl is using a modified version of the infrasound generator, the same equipment I use for recovery training for the players. He suddenly paused, and his knuckles tapped on the instrument casing in a rapid rhythm. Irene's temple began to throb again. This time it was not a memory, but some kind of awakened resonance. She took out half a photo from her dark pocket. Her father's face was blurred on the faded photo paper, but the jagged marks on the edge were as clear as yesterday. When she was 12 years old, she hid in the closet and watched two men in leather jackets smash her father's skull with hockey sticks. As the blood splattered on the photographic paper, she heard her father scratch the mark with his fingernails at the last moment. She later learned that it was Morse code. Tick, 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 tick. She whispered the rhythm of the code, her eyes scanning the symbols on the wall. The branch-like pattern at the bottom suddenly twisted. It was the watermarks flowing down the ventilation window. The melted snow water was gathering into streams along the edge of the symbol, forming small puddles on the ground. Irene squatted down, and the reflection in the puddle caused the symbol to flip in a mirror image. The crossed hockey sticks became parallel straight lines, and the cracks in the broken mask formed 3 consecutive dots. Morse code. She looked up suddenly, her hair brushing the back of Lucas's hand. The code my father carved is help, but the reflection of the symbol here. She grabbed Lucas's wrist and pressed his fingers on the edge of the puddle. Look, the direction of the crack in the water is 3 dots. 2 horizontal lines and 3 dots again. That's the Morse code of S. The spectrum analyzer suddenly emitted a shrill beep. Lucas stared at the jumping waveform, his Adam's apple rolling. The frequency of the infrasound wave has stabilized at 4.2, which is exactly the same as the rhythm of your father's code. He pulled off the silver chain on his collar and pressed the pendant engraved with the Maple Leafs logo on the sensing area of the instrument. I have embedded this kind of sensor in the player's protective gear, which can receive infrasound vibrations. Irene's breathing suddenly quickened. The symbols on the wall continued to change in the watermarks, and numbers emerged from the reflection of the originally crossed clubs. That was the jersey number of the legendary goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs. In the unsolved locker room murder case 30 years ago, the victim was the left back wearing the number 19 jersey, and the murderer. She looked sharply at Lucas, who was inserting the chip in the pendant into the data interface of the spectrometer. Carl said that his personality was replaced by a legendary goalkeeper. Lucas's voice was as heavy as ice. The goalkeeper's back number 30 years ago was 93, and the defender number 19 died on January. He quickly tapped the instrument keyboard, and the waveform on the screen suddenly expanded into a 2-dimensional map. The structure of the symbol is a miniature version of the ice hockey field. The position of the crossed sticks corresponds to the blue line and the goal area, and the angle of the crack. It's the resonance node of infrasound, Irene blurted out. She recalled the hockey formation that the other side had laid out in the sandbox when she was doing a psychological evaluation on Carl last week. All the player models were pointing to the intersection of the blue line and the goal area. At the time, she thought it was an unconscious behavior of post-traumatic stress. Now it seems that it was a guiding map of infrasound covering the personality. The spectrum analyzer made a beep sound, and a line of garbled characters popped up on the screen. Lull 98. Lucas's fingers moved quickly on the garbled code, like he was playing a piano. This is the Virginia cipher, and the key is 1909, the year the Maple Leafs were founded. He took out a pen and scratched on the wall. L Laz 12 Paul 1 M 9 9 9 9 R H 8 Mars 00. No. Irene held his wrist and looked at the symbols reflected in the puddle. The numbers 1963, January 9603, are the time my father was murdered. She rearranged the garbled code in chronological order. L12 corresponds to January 1, 9 corresponds to the 9th, L8 corresponds to 6 o'clock, 6, 3 corresponds to 3 minutes, 3R18 corresponds to the last digit of the year, 9 and 6 corresponds to the month 1. The number string suddenly became clear. 19639. This is the access code. Lucas rushed to the metal door in the corner. The combination lock on the side of the door glowed coldly in the darkness. The moment he entered 196391, the entire wall made a dull roar. Irene took 2 steps back and watched the cold air seeping out of the crack in the door condense into white mist. The sound of the door hinge turning was like some sleeping beast being awakened. Wait, she suddenly grabbed Lucas's arm. There was a faint smell of pine in the air flowing out from behind the door. That was the smell of the aftershave that Carl often used. Lucas' pupils contracted slightly. He took out the medical kit he carried with him, and took out a syringe filled with transparent liquid, sedative, just in case. When the door was fully opened, what appeared before them was not the imagined passage, but the concrete floor of the underground garage. 3 black Cadillacs were parked in the shadows. On the front windshield of the front one was a VIP ticket for the Maple Leafs finals. The handwriting on the ticket made Irene's blood freeze instantly. It was the fountain pen font that her father often used when he was alive, and it said, "See you at the old place." Lucas walked around to the back of the car to check the exhaust pipe, and some black powder stained his fingertips. The engine was just turned off, and the fuel tank is full. He opened the car door and adjusted the seat memory to level 2, which was exactly the setting for Carl's height. Irene sat in the passenger seat. Her eyes swept across the rearview mirror, and suddenly stopped. There was a half photo stuck on the edge of the rearview mirror, which matched the half in her secret pocket perfectly. When put together, it showed her father holding little Irene in front of the Maple Leafs training hall. In the background, a man in a white coat was smiling at the camera. He was the team doctor from 30 years ago, and Lucas's mentor. The moment the engine started, the car radio automatically turned on, and a vague conversation came from the noise of the current. "They are out. The tracker has been activated." Lucas tightened his hands on the steering wheel. Irene fished out the Morse code photo left by her father. At the junction of the 2 photos, in the pocket of the team doctor's white coat from 30 years ago, she could vaguely see the same symbols as those on the spectrometer. "Let's go." Erin pressed the door lock to the finals venue. As the taillights of the car cut through the darkness of the underground garage, in the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, Carl took off his noise-isolating headphones and tapped the tip of his hockey stick on the map on the table to create a regular rhythm. The location of the finals venue was circled in red 7 times, exactly the same frequency as the infrasound waves. He chuckled into the intercom. "Dear Dr. Visser, do you think you have solved the symbol?"
No, you just got the ticket.
The snow outside the garage was falling heavier and heavier. Irene looked at the snow on the windshield, and suddenly remembered that it was a snowy day like this when her father was murdered. She reached for the holster at her waist, where lay her father's old pistol. The Morse code engraved on the handle was now slightly warm with the vibration of the engine. Lucas glanced at her, turned the wheel and drove onto the main road. In the rearview mirror, 2 car lights were looming in the snow, like the eyes of some beast ready to attack. It was 3 o'clock in the morning in Montreal and light snow was falling. Irene's eyelashes were soon covered with a layer of white frost. She huddled in the old pickup truck that Lucas had rented, staring out the windshield at the abandoned warehouse. Rust seeped out from the cracks in the mottled iron door, like dried blood, forming an eerie echo with the dark red smudge on the note. The ice skate compartment in Hawk's locker. Lucas turned the heating button on the steering wheel, his fingertips still warm from collecting notes for her in the monitoring room. "I touched a secret compartment when I was treating his Achilles tendon injury last week. I thought it was illegal drugs." He suddenly paused, his Adam's apple rolling. Now it seems that he may have known this day would come. Irene touched the note in the secret pocket. Carl had been holding the ball of paper before his body temperature cooled down, and there was still artificial ice debris unique to the ice hockey field embedded in his fingers. That was what he had dug out from the interlayer of the locker with his last bit of strength, after his nerves were disturbed by the infrasound. The words carved on the back of the paper with an ice knife poked her palm. "Time will freeze secrets, but ice will melt." It was like some kind of prophecy. The warehouse cameras were removed 10 years ago. Lucas pulled up the city infrastructure map on his phone. The blue light made his eye sockets blue, but the fire escape may have motion sensors. He took off his scarf and handed it to her. "Wrap it tight. Your breath is fogging up the glass." Irene didn't take the scarf but pushed open the car door. As the cold wind blew in, she caught a glimpse of the medical box that Lucas had placed next to the handbrake. It contained the infrasound generator he had developed, and the metal casing still carried the coldness of the laboratory. Last time in the locker room, that thing made Carl's pupils shrink into needle points. Now that he thinks about it, it might not just be a treatment device. There was a thin layer of ice on the padlock on the warehouse's iron door. Irene took out the ice knife she had found on Carl's body and tapped the lock core lightly with the back of the knife. 3 long and 2 short strokes, matching the number of strokes of the 4 words "underground ice cellar" on the note. When the lock clicked open, Lucas's hand suddenly covered her wrist. "Wait for me." He took off the wedding ring on his left hand. Eileen knew it was fake. He had never been married, and used the notch on the inside to cut the seal on the edge of the keyhole. "November 18th, 2020, he whispered, the date on the seal frozen solid, which matches the time of death, indicated by the temperature of Carl's body. It's colder inside the warehouse than outside. Faded boxes of ice hockey gear were piled on the dusty shelves, and when Irene bent over, she found half a bloody shoe print on the ground, a size 44, the same size as Margaret's personal bodyguard. She touched Lucas' arm and mouth. They were here. The beam of Lucas's flashlight suddenly fixed on the corner. There was a fitting room with a mirror. The mirror was covered in dust, but if you looked closely, you could see that someone had scraped off a piece of it with an ice pick, revealing the combination lock on the back. The number keys had ring-shaped wear marks, as if they had been pressed by some round object for a long time. The frequency knob of the infrasound generator. Lucas's voice was hoarse. "The equipment in my laboratory has the same wear and tear." He took out his generator and aligned the knob with the hole in the combination lock. 3, 6, 9. The moment the lock tongue popped out, Irene smelled a familiar cold air. It's not ordinary low temperature, but the coldness unique to ice rink ice machines. A mixture of freon and metal. Behind the door was a flight of stairs leading downwards. There was a thin layer of ice on the steps, and every step made a tiny cracking sound. "Listen." Erin held Lucas's shoulders. There was a buzzing vibration coming from below. It was not infrasound, but it had some resonance with the sound she heard in Margaret's helmet in the monitoring room. She touched the wall. There were hair-thin metal wires embedded in the cement. "It's a sound amplification network." Lucas ran his fingers over the wires. "It's used to evenly spread sound waves. It's the same structure as under the spectator seats at an ice hockey stadium. The basement is more spacious than expected." In the center stood an instrument that was 2 people tall, with the old NHL logo, the 1993 version, which Irene had seen in the team museum, engraved on its silver shell. There was a pile of yellowed documents on the table next to the instrument. The title of the top one made her breath stop. Phase Report on Personality Fusion Experiment, Margaret Kovacs. Subject. The key pages were corroded by sulfuric acid. Lucas turned to the middle, and the hole in the paper looked like a burn wound. But look at the remaining keywords. Titanium alloy helmet brainwave synchronization. Rate 97%. Legendary goalkeeper Janos Ferrant's personality overlay. First stage success on November 18th, 1993. He suddenly stopped and stared at the signature at the end of the document. Joseph Gray. Irene looked up. Lucas's face was frighteningly pale under the flashlight. "That's my father." His Adam's apple moved. "He died in a laboratory fire 20 years ago. The official statement was an accident." There were footsteps on the stairs. It was not the sound of breaking ice when they went downstairs just now, but the heavier, dull sound of rubber soles rolling over concrete. Irene quickly turned off the flashlight, and in the darkness she felt Lucas's hand. He was adjusting the infrasound generator to the attack frequency. "How many people are there?" she asked in his ear. "At least 3. Lucas put his fingertips on the back of her neck, which was his usual action when checking players for concussions. The footsteps overlapped and were 1.2 meters apart. They must be a well-trained team. Erin felt for her ice skates in her pocket. The blade of the knife pressed against my thigh, freezing cold. There was a photo with half of the corner torn off in the pile of documents. She glanced at it in the dim light of her mobile phone screen. It was a family photo of the Maple Leafs, and the goalkeeper Janos Ferenc in the front row was wearing the same titanium helmet as Margaret, and standing next to him was a young man with eyebrows and eyes that were 70% similar to Luca. The footsteps reached the middle of the stairs. Erin heard a metallic clang, the click of a silencer being attached to the gun. Lucas suddenly pulled her and hid behind the instrument. There was a gap at the bottom of the instrument, just big enough to fit 2 USB flash drives, the ones she kept in her secret pocket. One contained the team's medical data, and the other contained the video footage, copied from the monitoring room. As the cool metal touched her skin, she remembered what Lucas had said the night before. Infrasound can cause hallucinations, but if you're exposed to it for a long time, they're coming. Lucas's breath brushed against her ear. Remember what I taught you. Use the ice skates to scratch the ground to create an echo, and disrupt their positioning. The light at the stairs suddenly became brighter. Irene counted the footsteps. 1, 2, 3. When the third figure appeared at the entrance of the basement, she clenched the ice knife and drew 3 deep marks on the ground. The sound of metal friction mixed with the buzzing sound of infrasound. Someone shouted something in Russian. Most of Margaret's bodyguards were from Eastern Europe, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. Lucas's generator vibrated in her palm like a heart about to explode, but there was also the sound of a fourth person's footsteps. They were lighter and slower, as if they were deliberately making their steps lighter. Cold sweat broke out on Irene's back. She touched the button on the side of the instrument and pressed it. A low roar rose from the bottom of the instrument, completely overlapping the sound in Margaret's helmet. The tearful mask on the monitoring room screen suddenly appeared in front of her, and the words "Time will freeze the secrets" on the document were slowly melting in her mind. Erin. Lucas's voice was unusually urgent. The exit is behind the instrument. As she turned around, the ice blade cut her palm. Blood dripped onto the metal casing of the instrument and instantly condensed into red ice crystals. The footsteps on the stairs had reached the last few steps, and the flashlight swept across their hiding place, casting 2 overlapping shadows on the wall. Irene grabbed the half photo and stuffed it into a secret pocket. When Lucas dragged her towards the secret door behind the instrument, she heard the sound of paper being crushed behind her. It was the corroded lab report. On the fragments of the key page, she could vaguely see "Next stage goal, personality reverse overwriting." The moment the secret door closed behind them, footsteps were approaching the instrument. Someone cursed in English. Damn it, how did they know there was a secret passage here? Another voice was even colder. "It doesn't matter," Margaret once said. "If you are alive, you must see people. If you are dead." The voice was cut off by the roar of infrasound. Irene touched the ice edges on the wall of the secret passage, and the biting coldness crawled into her blood vessels through her fingertips. She suddenly remembered Carl's expression when he died, not pain, but relief, as if he had finally accomplished a mission. Above them, the snow was melting on the tin roof of the abandoned warehouse. Deep in the dark passage came the sound of dripping water, very slowly, like some kind of countdown. Lucas's hand tightened in hers. She knew he heard it too. It was not the sound of dripping water, but the sound of footsteps, coming from deeper inside, along the secret passage. Approaching them, the blue light of the monitoring room danced on Irene's lenses. Her fingertips hovered above the keyboard. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lucas using a micro screwdriver to dismantle the outer casing of the monitoring host. The infrasound generator was hidden in a filing cabinet in the corner, and it was now making a buzzing sound like the flapping of bee wings. That was a frequency he adjusted to the critical value of 20 Hz, which could interfere with the balance of the human inner ear without triggering an alarm. The code Rachel sent is still 3 digits short. Irene's voice was very low. and her knuckles were blue and white from excessive force. In the encrypted email sent by the anonymous hacker 3 days ago, Rachel used ice hockey game data as a cover and hid the program to crack the surveillance system. But at this moment the progress bar on the screen was stuck at 97%, as if it was bitten by some kind of firewall. Lucas's screwdriver suddenly stopped. He heard it. It was not the hum of infrasound, nor the sound of wind in the ventilation duct, but a clearer sound, the sound of rubber soles rubbing against non-slip tiles, coming from the corridor outside the monitoring room door. The sound was so regular, with each step taking 0.8 seconds, which was exactly the rhythm of a professional fighter adjusting his breathing. "Lock the door," they both said at the same time. As Irene's hand touched the door lock, there was a metallic crash. The door frame shook violently, and sparks flew from the lock core under the impact. At the second impact, she saw a cold light flash through the gap in the door edge. It was the barrel of a silenced pistol. "Get down." Lucas rushed over and dragged Irene under the monitoring station. The bullet grazed her hair and hit the wall, and lime powder fell on her upturned face. She looked at the emergency light on the ceiling and suddenly remembered that when she was 12 years old, her father's blood splattered on the chandelier in the same way, dyeing the crystal pendant dark red. The door was finally broken open. Carl's figure squeezed in amidst the cold wind, with a metal badge in the shape of an ice hockey pinned on the shoulder straps of his black tactical uniform. That was the logo of Margaret's Iceblade organization. He held a silenced pistol in his right hand and a telescopic stick wrapped with anti-slip tape in his left hand. His knuckles were deformed from holding the gun for a long time, and there was a crescent-shaped scar on the base of his thumb, as if it had been cut by an ice skate. Irene's pupils contracted slightly. This was her instinct as a criminal profiler. Observe, record, analyze. Carl's attack mode is feinting with the left and using the right hand to be fatal, because his old injury to his left knee shifts his center of gravity. When he hit the door just now, he used his right leg to exert force, and the angle of his left knee bent 15 degrees more than his right knee. "Infrasound," she yelled at Lucas, grabbing the hard drive case at her feet and smashing it against Carl's wrist. The moment the metal box hit his wrist, Carl's gun muzzle deviated, and the third bullet penetrated the fire alarm on the wall. Amid the shrill sound of the whistle, Lucas's fingers flew on the adjustment knob of the infrasound generator, and the frequency jumped from 20 Hz to 25 Hz. The glassware in the monitoring room began to vibrate, and the coffee cup on the table cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. Carl paused. Infrasound waves penetrated his skull, and the balance organs in his inner ear were like glass beads thrown into a blender. He shook his head, his eyes locked on Irene, who was huddled behind the monitoring desk, but his hand holding the gun began to tremble uncontrollably. This is what Margaret didn't tell him. The gentle team doctor had actually developed the infrasonic weapon to the point where it could be precisely controlled. "Come and get it." Irene deliberately revealed a corner of the secret bag containing the USB flash drive, and her voice was full of provocation. She knew that killers like Carl hated being looked down upon by their prey, especially by women. Sure enough, Carl roared and rushed over with a telescopic baton in hand. The edge of the monitoring table hit his waist, and he rolled over. The telescopic stick clicked and the half-meter-long metal stick body popped out and swept towards Irene's neck. Irene fell backwards, hitting her back against a filing cabinet. The surveillance hard drive on the top of the cabinet fell down with a crash. She took advantage of this opportunity to roll to the left, and her fingertips touched the stun gun hidden behind the printer. It was the one Rachel forced on her last week, saying that psychologists also need self-defense. Frequency 28. Lucas immediately adjusted the knob, and the infrasonic hum suddenly became sharper. Carl's temple was throbbing, and the scenery in front of him began to double. He was a little slow in swinging the stick, and Irene took the opportunity to leap up, and the tip of the stun gun accurately pierced his ribs. The moment the electric current passed through, Carl's muscles twitched uncontrollably and the pistol fell to the ground with a clang. But the killer instinct is stronger than the pain. He grabbed Irene's wrist with his backhand, his nails almost digging into her bones. Erin smelled the cold iron on him like ice skates fresh off the rink. Her other hand touched something in the pocket of Carl's tactical uniform. Not a weapon, but a piece of paper folded into a square with dark brown stains on the edges. Probably blood. "Let go." Lucas picked up the fire extinguisher next to him and threw it at him. Carl let go and dodged, and Irene stumbled back, her back against the infrasound generator. The indicator light on the generator suddenly turned from green to red, and she realized that Lucas's forehead was covered in sweat. The device only had 15% battery left. "Get your gun," she yelled to Lucas. But Carl had already bent down to pick up the pistol and pointed it at them again. Irene glanced at the surveillance screen and suddenly noticed the way Carl held the gun. His index finger was always pressed outside the trigger guard, a habit only for people with special training, but his thumb was always rubbing a certain depression on the side of the gun. That is where the safety button of the Glock 17 is located. But the gun's safety button was on the left side, and his thumb was on the right. Irene's breathing suddenly stopped. The dent was not the insurance but the number mark that had been smoothed out. She had seen similar traces in Margaret's private collection room. There was a Beretta 92F, produced in 1993, and the number on the side of the gun had been scraped off, because it was the murder weapon in the Hawk murder case that year. "The gun belongs to Hawk," she blurted out. Carl's pupils contracted suddenly, and this reaction confirmed her guess. The murder that happened 30 years ago finally revealed clues at this time and place. While he was distracted, Irene picked up the coffee cup on the table and smashed it on his wrist. Amid the flying ceramic fragments, the pistol fell to the ground again and rolled under the monitoring table. As Lucas rushed over to pick up the gun, Irene grabbed the network cable next to her and swung it at Carl's ankle. Carl stumbled to the ground and Erin immediately got on top of him, pinning his arms with her knees. She could feel his muscles trembling violently, not because of pain, but because the infrasound waves continued to impact his nervous system. "How much did Margaret give you?" she whispered, leaning close to his ear. "Is it enough to buy your life?" Carl suddenly laughed, blood foam overflowing from the corners of his mouth. His back teeth crushed something, and Irene smelled bitter almonds, a cyanide capsule. She leaned back suddenly to avoid the blood foam he spurted out, but saw his right index finger moving on the ground, finally stopping on a bloody word, "ice." The alarm in the monitoring room stopped at some point. The indicator light of the infrasonic generator went out completely, leaving only the blue light on the monitoring screen flashing. Lucas crouched nearby, the gun still smoking in his hand. He had just shot Carl in the thigh, but it was too late. Carl's pupils gradually dilated, and his last action before death was to tug at the pocket of his tactical uniform. Irene took out the paper ball with trembling hands. When it was unfolded, a few spots of blood splattered on the paper, staining the words "Underground Ice Cellar" dark red. There was a line of tiny words on the back of the paper, carved with an ice knife. "Time will freeze secrets, but ice will melt." The aftershocks of the infrasound still buzzed in her temples. Lucas put his hand over hers and put the note into her secret pocket. The surveillance screen suddenly switched the picture automatically, and Margaret's titanium alloy helmet appeared in the camera again. The condensation on the mask slowly slid down like a line of silent tears. "It's time to go." Lucas's voice was a little hoarse. "The door card for the alternate exit is in the skates in Hawk's locker." Irene touched the 2 USB flash drives in the secret pocket, and then touched the blood-stained note. The secret at 3 o'clock in the morning of November 18th, 2020, is now gradually cooling down, with Carl's body temperature. But something is cracking under the deeper ice. In the corridor outside the monitoring room, footsteps could be heard one after another. Is it the security guard, or Margaret's second group of killers? Irene didn't know. She only knew that when the ice began to melt, the first thing to be revealed would not be the secret, but the sharper ice blade. The fluorescent lights in the monitoring room overhead made crackling sounds, and Irene's nails almost dug into her palms. She stared at the code, jumping on the screen, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. They had just cut off the connection between the monitoring room and the main control center 5 minutes ago, but at this moment the signal indicator light in the lower right corner was still flashing regularly, like some living creature breathing. The encryption level is AACE256. Lucas lowered his voice and pressed his knuckles against the bridge of his nose. This was his habit when he was nervous. The process document does not mention the location of the K-star. He pushed his frameless glasses, and the blue light from the screen shattered into spots on the lenses. Margaret's people have changed the system beyond recognition. Even the log interface is blocked. Irene touched the USB drive in her pocket. The metal casing still had body temperature, but it was colder than the ice in the ice hockey arena. The USB flash drive contained the transfer records between Margaret and the underground gambling group, as well as the recording of the infrasound experiment she overheard. 3 hours ago in the alley behind the warehouse, she saw with her own eyes Margaret's men put a silenced stissel to the informant's forehead. The muffled sound of the bullet piercing the skull mixed with the sound of sirens was very much like the sound of her father falling in front of her when she was a child. Try brute force cracking. Irene turned the mouse wheel, and the code flow suddenly froze for a moment. Her pupils shrank slightly. In the previous frame, a string of hexadecimal numbers flashed by, as fast as snowflakes falling into the ice. Lucas suddenly grabbed her wrist, so hard that it hurt. "Don't touch that." His thumb pressed against the old scar on the back of her hand, left by her holding her father's bloody ice hockey knife when she was 12 years old. "This system has a self-destruct program. You just triggered the defense protocol." He unzipped his backpack, and the hum of the infrasonic device came out with the sound of electricity. "The last time I did a brainwave test on the goalkeeper, I saw a similar encryption mode." He was interrupted by the sound of a metal door being pushed open. Irene turned quickly and rested her lower back on the edge of the operating table. A girl in navy blue overalls was standing at the door holding a stack of discs. Her eyes were as cold as ice under her short hair. It was Rachel, a technician in the monitoring room. 3 days ago at the team celebration party, Irene saw her adjusting the temperature in the locker room for a drunk forward. Her fingers flew on the console as if she was playing the piano. "Who are you?" Rachel's voice was colder than the vents of the ice hockey arena. Her left hand quietly reached for the intercom at her waist. "No unauthorized persons are allowed to enter the monitoring room. Follow me to the security department now."
Lucas raised his hand first, his movements as slow as if he was calming a frightened deer. Dr. Visser is the team's contracted psychologist, and I'm Lucas Gray, the chief team doctor. He pushed up his glasses and his eyes behind the lenses suddenly became clear. "We received an alert half an hour ago that the thermal imaging in the player's tunnel was abnormal, so I came here to check the records."
Rachel's eyes swept across the USB flash drive that was sticking out of Irene's pocket, and then fell on Lucas's open backpack. The metal shell of the infrasonic device was glowing coldly, exactly the same as the one in the team's medical room. Her fingers paused on the intercom. "Thermal imaging anomaly. Why didn't I receive a notification?" Irene pulled out her work ID from her coat pocket. She looked like a student in the ID photo, but now her eyes were frosted. "Director Margaret contacted me directly." She emphasized the word director deliberately. She said someone tampered with the player's injury data and needed to review the monitoring logs for the past 3 months. Rachel's pupils contracted slightly. Irene noticed that the stitching on the second button of her work clothes was untied, and the location of the tear was exactly the same as the left back's jersey that was hit by the ice hockey during training last week. This detail reminded her of the patients in the psychological clinic who always loved to fix things. They used repairing damage to fight against their out-of-control lives. "Director Margaret," Rachel repeated, her Adam's apple moving. Yesterday, she asked me to clear all the logs from 3 months ago. She suddenly took 2 steps forward and tapped the keyboard in front of Irene with her knuckles. Were you operating the main system just now? Do you know that modifying the code randomly will trigger the firewall? Lucas suddenly smiled, as gentle as the spring night breeze. That's why we need professional help. He took out a pen from the pocket of his white coat and drew a simple encryption flowchart on the edge of the process document. Look at this key exchange protocol. It's different from the elliptic curve encryption used by the NHL official system. It's more like... He paused on the 3 words infrasound wave, time synchronization encryption commonly used in medical equipment. Rachel's breathing suddenly quickened. Erin saw half of a blue USB stick sticking out of her work clothes pocket. It was exactly the same storage device that the team's laboratory used to perform neurological tests on players with concussions.
How do you know?
Rachel's voice trembled. At 3 o'clock in the morning last Wednesday, when I was debugging the new surveillance, the system suddenly popped up this encryption mode. She suddenly pulled off her work badge and slammed it on the table, and the metal buckle made a crisp sound. My dad was an electrician in the old arena. Before he retired, he always said, "The cracks under the ice are faster than ice skates." Last month, I found that someone logged into the surveillance system at 3 a.m. every day. It was not the player's tunnel that was modified, but, she pointed to the ceiling, it was the camera in the B3 area of the underground garage. Erin's heart skipped a beat. 3 days ago, the informant was killed in parking space number 7 in area B3. At that time, the surveillance footage showed equipment failure. She took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer, then called up a recording. Amid the noise of electricity, Margaret's voice sounded like poisoned ice. At 3 a.m. on Wednesday, make sure there are no blind spots in area B3. Rachel pinched the edge of her ID card with her fingers, her knuckles turning white. Margaret is providing real-time data on the player status to the underground gambling group. Lucas's voice sank, and the hum of the infrasonic device suddenly rose a scale. What's more serious is that she is using the monitoring system to synchronize the infrasonic frequency to interfere with the player's nerves. Last week, goalkeeper Hank suddenly lost his mind during overtime. It was not because of a concussion, but because of personality dissociation caused by infrasound. Rachel took a half step back, leaning her lower back against the filing cabinet. Irene saw the hesitation in her eyes, like a dark river beginning to flow beneath the ice. She struck while the iron was hot, and clicked on the transfer records in the USB drive. These are Margaret's offshore accounts. Each large amount of money was transferred 3 days before the game, and the note was player status assessment fee. Assessment fee. Rachel suddenly grabbed the process document on the table and quickly turned to the last page. No wonder the timestamp of 0300 appears in the operation log after the system upgrade. Her fingers flew on the keyboard, and the screen instantly switched to a wall of code. AAA's 256 key generation requires a seed value, and this seed value... She looked up at Irene, her eyes shining like the spotlights in the ice hockey arena. Is the hash value at a specific time? Lucas's breathing suddenly became rapid. At 3 a.m. last Wednesday, Hank had his first personality dissociation. At 3 a.m. last Wednesday, left winger Taylor scratched his teammate with an ice skate during training. It was always at 3 in the morning on Wednesdays, Irene continued, her palms sweating. Margaret's conspiracy began at 3 in the morning on a Wednesday. Rachel's finger hovered over the enter key. We need to confirm the specific date. She called up the system log and quickly filtered out all the login records of 03. Irene's temple was throbbing. November 18th, 2020. She took out the old notebook she carried with her, and on the yellowed pages was written her father's death anniversary. November. That night she hid in the closet and listened to her father arguing with a man. Ice hockey should not be a gambling game, let alone a murder weapon. Enter 2021 at 83,000. Her voice trembled a little. Rachel's fingers dropped. The code wall suddenly stopped, and a green line of access granted exploded in the center of the screen. The surveillance log rushed out like a thawing glacier. Irene saw the record at 3:02 a.m. on November 18, 2020. Infrasonic device activated, frequency 4.5 Hz, target goalkeeper Thomas Hawk. Thomas Hawk, the legendary goalkeeper of the Montreal Maple Leafs, died in the locker room 10 years ago due to a sudden heart attack. Irene remembers the light in the eyes of old fans when they mentioned him, saying that he was like a moving ice sculpture when he made saves, but suddenly collapsed at the peak of his age. It turns out Hawk didn't die of a heart attack. Lucas's voice was hoarse, and the buzzing of the infrasonic equipment suddenly became sharp, like the roar of some giant beast about to break out of its shell. Rachel suddenly froze, staring at the signal indicator light in the upper right corner of the screen. The green light that had been flashing regularly just now was now flickering at an extremely fast frequency, as if someone was frantically typing out Morse code. Someone is taking over the system remotely. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. It's Margaret's people. They've located the monitoring room. The alarm sounded suddenly, more shrill than the sirens outside the warehouse 3 hours ago. Irene grabbed the USB drive and stuffed it into the secret pocket of her underwear, while Lucas quickly put away the infrasonic device. Rachel tore off the work badge around her neck and threw it to Irene. "Go through the employee passage. I'll lead them away." When she turned around, a blue USB drive fell out of her pocket and rolled to Irene's feet. The label read, Hawk 20. Irene bent down to pick up the USB drive. The moment her fingertips touched the metal casing, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, mixed with the familiar sound of ice skates rubbing against the ground. That was the unique pace of professional ice hockey players, with their center of gravity lowered, ready to sprint at any time. Lucas pushed open the door to the emergency passage, and cold wind blew in, carrying the sounds of construction at the ice hockey arena. Irene took one last look at the surveillance screen, and one of the images suddenly switched to the corner of the player's tunnel. The ice skate scratches on the wall glowed coldly under the infrared lens, and the 5 words "You're next" were clearer than they had been 3 hours ago, as if someone had just carved them again. The hum of the infrasonic equipment and the construction sounds overlapped into some kind of strange chord. Irene touched the 2 USB flash drives in the secret bag. One contained Margaret's evidence of guilt, and the other was engraved with the legendary goalkeeper's death code. The voice-activated lights in the stairwell went out one by one, and in the darkness she heard Lucas say, "Go to the B3 area of the underground garage. I know there is a backup exit for Hawk's locker." Above their heads, the screens in the monitoring room suddenly all turned, and hundreds of cameras were simultaneously aimed in the direction of the safe passage. In the picture, Margaret's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. She was wearing her iconic titanium alloy helmet, and the mask reflected cold light, like some kind of predator from the ice field. Irene's heartbeat resonated with the frequency of infrasound, and she suddenly remembered the patient in the psychological clinic who called himself Thomas Hawk. He always woke up at 3 in the morning and repeatedly said, "Ice knives don't lie, and time will freeze secrets." And at this moment, the secret, at 3 o'clock in the morning of November 18, 2020, is gradually thawing in her hands. Irene's fingers were pinching the edge of the USB drive when sirens sounded outside the warehouse. The metal shell pressed against the palm of my hand like a piece of red-hot charcoal. Lucas stuffed the infrasonic device into his tactical backpack. The moment the zipper was closed, the device screen suddenly emitted a faint blue light, and the countdown numbers for the finals jumped in the darkness. June 15, 2023. Tony, here is still 72 hours. Let's go. Irene tugged at his sleeve. Margaret collapsed in the corner, tied up like a cocoon with emergency bandages. She hadn't fully recovered consciousness yet, and muffled whimpers came from her throat. The rear window of the warehouse was a fire escape. She remembered that when she scouted the area half an hour ago, there was a truck carrying ice hockey equipment parked at the entrance of the alley. There were protective gear bags piled under the canvas on the truck bed, enough to hide 2 people. The moment the police lights swept across the window frame, the 2 men climbed out of the rear window. The night wind was freezing cold, and Irene's breath condensed into white mist, but she couldn't suppress the throbbing of her temples. The last words Margaret said before she was subdued rang in her ears. The sponsor's surveillance has nailed you down a long time ago. The sponsor is the main sponsor of the Maple Leafs, an electronics company called Extreme Cold Technology, whose headquarters building is built diagonally across from the ice hockey arena. Irene took out her cell phone, and the moment the screen lit up, the lock screen wallpaper was an old photo of her father, 30 years ago. He was also an engineer at Extreme Cold Technology, and died in an accidental car accident. When Lucas said, "Your father's case may be related," she saw his Adam's apple move, which was a habitual movement before telling a lie. At 2:17 in the morning, the glass curtain wall of the Extreme Cold Technology building glowed with a cold light. Irene and Lucas huddled in the shadow of the convenience store across the street. She counted the intervals between the security patrols, 1 round every 8 minutes, with a fixed route, from the main entrance of the lobby to the east fire escape, and then back. Lucas's tactical backpack, which contained the Hypnotic device, was now pressing against his lower back like a hot brick. "They're watching us on the surveillance camera like they're watching spectators in a hockey arena," Irene whispered. The soles of her shoes rolled over the broken ice, making a slight crackling sound. 3 days ago, when she was doing a psychological evaluation on the main forward, the kid looked at the locker room camera and said the same thing. "I always feel like someone is watching my swing." Later, he stabbed his teammate with a club in a training game and said afterwards, "I heard someone tell me to do this." Lucas pushed up his glasses, the reflection from the lenses obscuring his eyes. Margaret said that the monitoring system can be implanted with commands. Infrasound may just be a carrier. He fished out a small silver box from Margaret's handbag. "This is a door jammer. The frequency matches the security system of Arctic technology." Irene took the jammer, the metal shell still carrying Margaret's body temperature. She thought of the woman's smile in the warehouse, her lipstick rubbing against the corners of her mouth. "Do you think you've won? When the finals kick off, all the cameras will turn into eyes. Let's go." She tucked the jammer into her sleeve. As the security guard turned the corner of the east wall, the shadow just covered the side door of the building. The 2 of them moved along the wall. Irene's fingertips brushed against the wall. The tiles were cold, but suddenly warm at a certain spot. There was a palm-sized dent there, as if it had been hit by a hard object. She squatted down, and with the dim light from her cell phone, she saw scratches from a hockey stick on the edge of the depression, which matched the marks left by the ice skates of the defensive player who had died accidentally 3 months ago. "Erin." Lucas lowered his voice very low. He stood in front of the side door, the red light from the access panel sweeping across the back of his hand. Irene walked over quickly and attached the jammer to the panel. The red light flashed and turned green. The moment the door opened, an alarm rang overhead. "Fuck." Lucas dragged her towards the stairwell. The alarm sounded so painful that it stung her eardrums. Irene could hear her own heartbeat drowning out the ringing sound. Margaret hadn't said that the jammer would trigger the alarm. Or had she deliberately left a loophole? The sensor lights in the stairwell lit up one by one. They ran to the 3rd floor, and the monitoring room was on the 5th floor. Irene held onto the railing and gasped for breath. She caught a glimpse of the camera at the corner of the stairs suddenly turning and aiming the lens at her face. Someone changed the surveillance route. She tugged at Lucas's sleeve. His back was soaked with cold sweat. The zipper of his tactical backpack was open. The screen of the infrasonic device was lit, and the countdown became 7. "Go to the emergency exit." Lucas pointed to the fire sign. The 2 rushed into the emergency passage, and just as they closed the door, They heard footsteps coming from the stairwell. Irene pressed against the door and heard the noise coming from the other party's intercom. The target is between the 3rd and 5th floors. Focus on the surveillance room, monitoring room. Their target. The steps of the emergency passage were covered with a thin layer of dust, leaving clear marks from Irene's shoe soles. She counted the steps and reached the 5th floor. The access control system of the security door is a fingerprint lock, and there is fresh grease on the panel. Peter, the supervisor of the monitoring room, Margaret's old lover. The information says that he has diabetes, injects insulin at 2 o'clock in the morning, every day, and goes to the vending machine downstairs to buy ice cream cones. Irene took out Margaret's lipstick from the warehouse and applied it to the fingerprint lock sensing area. 3 seconds later, half a fingerprint emerged from the grease. Peter's right thumb. The information said that he was used to pressing the elevator button with his right hand. Stand back. Lucas pulled out a miniature blowtorch from his backpack, and the blue flame licked across the sensing area. The fingerprint lock made a beep sound, and the green light came on. The moment the door opened, Irene felt a chill on the back of her neck. The door of the monitoring room was not closed tightly, and the sound of keyboard typing could be heard from inside. She and Lucas looked at each other and crouched closer. The light from inside the door leaked out, revealing dragging marks on the ground, as if someone had been dragged by the feet. The marks were mixed with ice chips unique to ice hockey. "Who?" A male voice suddenly sounded. Irene froze in place and saw a shadow sway inside the door. It was Peter. He was wearing grey work clothes. His hair was badly bald, and he was holding a stun gun in his hand. "From the maintenance department," Irene blurted out. Her voice was half a notch higher than usual, betraying her nervousness. Peter's eyes swept over her work badge. In fact, she didn't wear her work badge at all. "I received a notice that there was an abnormality in the monitoring system, so I came to do a stress test." Peter's fingers clenched the stun gun. The maintenance department assigned work at 2 in the morning. Why didn't I receive an email? His pupils contracted slightly, which was a micro-expression of doubt. Irene thought of the cases in the criminal profiling class where liars would deliberately emphasize details, while questioners would repeatedly confirm known information. "Emergency patch." Lucas walked forward, his tone gentle as if he was coaxing a wounded soldier. "You know the finals are approaching, and sponsors are paying special attention to it. The email may have been blocked by the spam filter. I have a screenshot of the work order in my phone." He took out his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, Irene saw his thumb moving quickly across the screen. There was no screenshot of the work order at all. He was faking it. Peter's eyes flickered between Lucas's phone and Aaron's face. Irene noticed that his left little finger was wrapped in a band-aid, with blood oozing from the edge, as if it had been cut by something sharp. There was a paper knife in Margaret's purse, with fresh blood on the blade. "Identification," Peter said suddenly. Lucas paused. "It fell on the car. I'll go get it." "No need," Erin interrupted him. She took out Margaret's ID card from her pocket. The metal surface still had body temperature. "I just found it downstairs. Could it be your colleagues?" The photo on the ID card was Margaret, and the position column read "Technical Consultant." Peter's eyes flickered, and the muzzle of the stun gun dropped slightly. The opportunity has come. Irene's right hand quietly reached into her sleeve and took out the decoder she had stolen from the warehouse, the one Margaret used to control the Hypnotic device, which might also be able to crack the access control. Her fingertips tapped quickly on the keyboard, entering the unlock code for Margaret's phone. She had seen it in the warehouse. It was their anniversary, 1998-0615. Ding! The sound of the access control unlocking was lighter than a heartbeat. Irene pushed open the door of the monitoring room, and Lucas rushed in and locked the door behind him. Peter was banging on the door outside, and the sound of electricity from the stun gun was crackling. The monitoring room was filled with screens, with hundreds of images flashing simultaneously. The ice hockey arena's auditorium, locker room, player tunnel, and the familiar psychological counseling room. Her desk was in a mess, with the medical records in the drawer scattered all over the floor. "Look here," Lucas pointed to the filing cabinet in the corner. There was a folder on the top layer with Maple Leaf's 2023 monitoring protocol printed on the cover. There were ice chips on the edges, exactly the same as the dragging marks on the stairwell. Irene opened the folder. The first page was the monitoring system operation procedures. The second page was the player's brainwave monitoring data. And the third page, her breathing stopped. That was a copy of my father's work notes. The handwriting was from 30 years ago, with the words infrasonic resonance frequency experiment written in pen, and a photo attached next to it. A young father standing in the laboratory, and the equipment behind him is almost exactly the same as the infrasonic device they brought. "Erin." Lucas's voice trembled. He pointed to one of the pages, on which was circled in red pen, "Ritual restart, guided by blood," and the date was June 5th. The banging on the door outside suddenly stopped. Irene looked up at the surveillance screen. In the picture, Peter was talking into the intercom, and sirens were heard in the background, exactly the same as the sirens outside the warehouse 3 hours ago. They checked the surveillance. Lucas grabbed the folder and stuffed it into his backpack. "Let's go!" Erin took one last look at the screen, and one of the images suddenly flickered. That was the player's tunnel in the ice hockey arena. The camera in a corner was adjusted to face the wall. There were fresh scratches on the wall, carved with an ice knife, with 4 crooked words: "You're next." When the alarm sounded again, the two had already rushed into the emergency passage. Erin's hand pressed against the fire door, and it felt as cool as the iron bars on the warehouse's back window. She touched the USB drive in her pocket, which contained evidence of Margaret's crime, but it felt like a piece of red-hot charcoal, burning her fingertips. The voice-controlled lights in the stairwell went out one by one. In the darkness, the hum of the infrasonic equipment came from the backpack, overlapping with the construction sounds of the ice hockey arena in the distance. Irene could hear Lucas's breathing, resonating with her heartbeat, like some giant beast about to break out of its cocoon. Behind them, all the screens in the monitoring room suddenly turned, and hundreds of cameras were simultaneously aimed in the direction of the safe passage. The vibration of the ice surface was like the heartbeat of some ancient giant, buzzing in the bone marrow. Irene's knees were against the ice, her palms pressed against the resonance node that had just been drawn. The symbol circled 7 times in red pen. In her father's notebook, which was now glowing slightly as the ice vibrated, she could hear her own blood roaring in her ears. Colin's roar was distorted by the vibration and turned into a vague muffled sound. However, the sound of the guards' leather boots rolling over the ice was extremely clear, and they were encircling them in a fan-shaped formation from 3 directions. "There are 3 stun guns in the ice crack on the left." Lucas's voice came from behind. He leaned his back against Linda, holding the adrenaline syringe he took out of the medical box in his right hand, and his left hand was loosely protecting his side, where the ice blade that Irene had just sharpened with metal fragments was hidden. The team doctor's lenses were fogged up, but he still accurately captured the positions where the guards' weapons fell. "Linda, the knee pads of the 3rd guard on the right are loose. His attack will be 30 degrees to the left." The former freezer employee threw a piece of broken ice with his backhand, hitting the guard in the elbow. The man groaned and staggered, and the stun gun drew a blinding blue light on the ice. Linda used the force to retreat to Irene's side, her breath condensing into white mist in the cold air. "I've seen these symbols before when I was organizing the freezer. The old warehouse manager said it was a spell that freezes time." Her finger traced the top wave line, and her nails scraped against the ice surface, but he always kowtowed to the wall on full moon nights. Later, he suddenly said he wanted to resign. The next day, he was found in the center of the frozen lake. The ice surface was cracked like a spider web. Irene's pupils shrank slightly. She took out the old map from her pocket. The edges of the yellowed pages were stained with dark red marks. It was the last relic she snatched from her father on the night he was murdered. The back of the map was densely packed with notes on sound wave frequencies, which at this moment were producing a strange echo with the wave lines on the ice wall. The thickest peak corresponded to 16 Hz, the lower limit of infrasound. The notches at the troughs varied in depth and unexpectedly completely coincided with the coordinates of the resonance nodes in his father's notes. "It's frequency coding," she said suddenly, her fingertips moving along the wave line. "The distance between each wave crest is the Hertz value, and the node position is the switch." Lucas's breathing suddenly stagnated, and Irene looked up and bumped into his suddenly shrinking pupils. There was a kind of panic in them that was punctured, and it was fleeting. "Irene," Linda suddenly pulled her sleeve. The right guard stun gun had lit up, and the blue light cast a distorted shadow on the ice. Irene shoved the old map into Lucas's hand and said, "Verify the frequency. 16 Hz, 23 Hz, 37 Hz. She remembered the bloody words on the last page of her father's notebook. "This is the resonant frequency that can penetrate titanium alloy." Lucas's Adam's apple moved. He pulled off his white coat, revealing a scar on the inside of his left arm, a burn from long-term contact with infrasonic equipment. The team doctor took out the soundwave generator he carried with him, his fingers flying across the keys, and the sound of electric current suddenly tore through the air. The wavy lines on the ice wall suddenly glowed with a faint blue halo, and a very fine crack appeared at the middle node, like skin cut by a knife. "Found it!" Irene rushed over and dug her nails into the crack. The sound of the guard's leather boots was getting closer, and Colin's mask reflected the cold light, and he was already 5 meters away. Linda picked up the stun baton on the ground and swept it across, but was knocked off balance by the guard's riot shield. Lucas's sonic generator suddenly let out a sharp scream. 2 guards squatted down with their hands covering their ears, and the remaining one raised the stun baton and rushed towards Irene's neck. Sharp pain exploded from my shoulder blade. Irene gritted her teeth. Cracks expanded at her fingertips, and ice chips fell on the back of her hand. She recalled that when she was 7 years old, her father was squatting in the basement teaching her to recognize sound wave patterns, and suddenly a gunshot was heard outside the window. She recalled that 3 months ago, when the first dead person was found, the angle at which the ice skate pierced the heart was exactly the same as the diagram of resonance death in her father's notes. She recalled that every time Lucas examined a player, he would always stay for 3 extra seconds. That was the delay in the activation of the infrasonic equipment. Click. The ice wall made a hollow echo. The crack spread like a spider web, and a half-person high ice brick slowly tilted backwards, revealing a dark passage behind it. Colin's roar made his mask buzz, and the last guard's stun gun was already against Lucas's lower back. Irene grabbed Linda's wrist and rushed into the passage. Lucas swung the sonic generator with his backhand, blasting an ice pit on the ice surface, and rolled in when the guard staggered. Bang! The ice bricks closed tightly, blocking out the pursuers shouting and cursing. The air in the passage suddenly became turbid, and a fishy smell with a rusty smell rushed into the nose. Irene took out her cell phone and turned it on. Under the cold white light, the wall was covered with fine metal lines that extended deep into the wall like blood vessels. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and the white mist she exhaled condensed into ice crystals and stuck to her eyelashes. "This is the maintenance passage of the infrasonic experiment chamber." Lucas's voice was muffled, and he pulled off the scarf at his collar to cover his mouth and nose. In order to test the impact of sound waves on the human body, they built a circular passage under the ice, but the main entrance was flooded by a typhoon 20 years ago, and no one knew about this one. His flashlight shone deep into the darkness, and before the beam was swallowed by the darkness, it vaguely illuminated a gray-black shadow. like a piece of clothing hanging on the wall, or like some kind of curled-up human figure. Linda suddenly started coughing violently, and slowly slid down to the ground, supporting herself against the wall with her hands. Her face flushed red, and blood foam oozed from between her fingers. This smell is liquid ammonia leaking. Her eyes swept over the metal lines on the wall. The old warehouse manager said that the experimental cabin uses liquid ammonia to cool down, but the pipes have been in disrepair for a long time. Do you smell it? Her voice became weaker and weaker. The sweet, fishy smell is blood. Irene's temple was throbbing. She helped Linda stand up. The screen of her cell phone was vibrating. It was a message from the laboratory. Colin's brainwave test shows that 16 Hz infrasound will activate his second personality. She looked up at Lucas. The team doctor was staring at the shadows deep in the corridor. The eyes behind the lenses glowed in the darkness, like some awakened beast. There was a soft sound from deeper inside, like something falling from a great height. The fishy sweet smell became stronger and stronger, and Irene's breathing became rapid. Every breath she took felt like a knife stirring in her lungs. Lucas took off his white coat and wrapped it around Linda's head, then pulled off his tie and tied it around Irene's mouth and nose. Keep running, don't stop. His voice was muffled by the scarf. The concentration of liquid ammonia is still rising. If we delay any longer, we will all become ice sculptures. The shadow at the end of the passage moved, and this time it was clearer. It was a body, wearing a Maple Leafs training uniform, with half of an ice skate stuck in the back, and the skin around the wound was a strange purple-blue color. Irene paused, and the cold light of her phone screen reflected the tattoo on the corpse's neck, an ice ball wrapped in wavy lines. That was the mark of the mafia gambling group mentioned in my father's notes. Go. Lucas pushed her. There was a sound of ice bricks breaking behind him, and a cold light flashed through the gap on Colin's mask. Irene gritted her teeth and ran forward. Linda's weight was almost entirely on her. The smell of liquid ammonia was like a thin needle, slowly piercing her temple. The shadows deep in the passage grew larger and larger, as if something was waking up from the darkness. The sound of breathing mixed with the sweet smell of liquid ammonia became clearer and clearer in my ears. The metal roof of the warehouse twisted with a teeth-grinding sound, and Erin's neck was hit painfully by falling concrete debris. She could clearly hear her own pounding heart, the frequency of which overlapped with the stomping of feet in the audience seats in the ice hockey arena. When she was 12 years old, her father fell in the alley outside the ice hockey arena, his blood spreading on the snow, and she did the same thing, hearing her own heartbeat drowning out the sound of sirens. 3 o'clock. Lucas suddenly pulled her, and a sharp concrete block brushed her shoulder and smashed into the shelf on the left. The rusty iron shelf made a dying groan. Linda huddled between the two men, blood oozing from her forehead and dripping down her chin onto her collar, like a blooming red plum blossom. It was caused by the angle steel when she was dodging the falling object just now. Irene's pupils contracted in the firelight. She noticed that every time concrete hit the ground, the gray dust that was kicked up would linger in the air for 3 seconds, like a slow-moving cloud. The guards' flashlight beams refracted a blinding halo in the dust, and the figures holding shotguns were dim behind the halo, as if covered by a layer of frosted glass. Dust. She spoke suddenly, her voice low but clear as an ice pick piercing the water. Lucas and Linda turned to look at her at the same time. The guards' night vision goggles rely on thermal imaging, but dust will interfere with infrared signals. Irene's fingertips unconsciously stroked the buttons on her cuffs, which were modified from the old pocket watch left by her father. If the dust concentration is high enough, they won't be able to see a living person 10 meters away. Lucas's Adam's apple moved, and he suddenly pulled off the sleeves of his white coat. He lost his medical bag while running, but he still had a supply of chlorpheniramine tablets in his shirt pocket for emergency use. I have antihistamine powder. He crushed the tablet quickly. mixed in the dust to irritate the respiratory tract and make it harder for them to open their eyes. Linda suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist and pointed to the right corner. There is an abandoned ice machine over there with a rusted shell. If it is pushed over, the crushed ice in the ice trough will be mixed with the dust. Her voice trembled, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. I repaired this machine last winter. There is a load-bearing beam under the ice trough. If it is broken, it will collapse completely. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She recalled the surveillance video she had seen at the police station 3 days ago, when the murderer rushed into the locker room wearing a titanium helmet. The trajectory of his ice skates sliding across the ground was strikingly similar to the layout of the shelves in the warehouse. It was not a random killing, but a precisely calculated path. And at this moment, this is exactly the calculation they need. Linda, go to the ice machine. Her voice suddenly became as steady as a precision instrument. Use the wire you just used to open the lock to pick off the bolts that hold the load-bearing beam in place. Lucas spread the powder over the concrete floor area. Their flashlights will be pointed toward the source of the noise, and that's where the dust is thickest.
What about you?
Lucas grabbed her arm as she was about to turn around. Irene pointed to the peeling ceiling above her head and said, I'll go distract them. Suddenly, a crisp sound of metal colliding was heard in the center of the warehouse. Irene picked up the half-broken ice hockey shield at her feet and smashed it hard at the fire hydrant on the left. At the moment the water splashed, she saw the flashlight beams of the 3 guards sweeping towards her at the same time. Good. Their attention was drawn to the sound. Boom. The roar of the ice machine collapsing almost drowned out the sound of the ceiling breaking. When Linda emerged from the dust and fog, her cuffs were stained with black engine oil, but she had a smile on her face as if she had survived a disaster. There is still half a ton of crushed ice in the ice storage tank. The dust mixed with ice chips was indeed heavier than pure ash, spreading in the warehouse like a wall of turbid fog. Lucas moved 3 times faster than usual. He pulled off the tie at his collar, wrapped the powder into small balls, and threw them precisely toward the area where the guards were gathered. A few seconds later, coughing sounds were heard, one after another, and someone's shotgun fell to the ground. The sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the dust. Let's go. Irene grabbed the 2 men's wrists and ran towards the side door she remembered. The soles of her shoes slipped on the wet ground, but she suddenly stopped the moment she touched the metal door handle. There was a thumb-thick iron chain wrapped around the door handle, and the lock was shining coldly. Linda's breath sprayed on the back of her neck. Take 2 steps back. She had grasped the wire in her palm without knowing when. The moment she bent down, Irene saw an old scar behind her ear, like a faded earthworm. It was left by frostbite from working in a freezer for a long time. The sound of the lock turning is more beautiful than any music. When the chain fell to the ground with a clang, Lucas had already pushed the door half open. The cold air from outside rushed in with snow particles, and Irene's eyelashes were immediately covered with a layer of white frost. But the next second, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. This is a dead end. The brick walls on both sides were 5 meters high, and the broken glass on the top of the wall glowed coldly in the moonlight. At the end, there were several boxes of discarded refrigerant cylinders, with high-voltage danger labels on the rusty bottles. Behind them, the side door of the warehouse was being knocked open, and Victor's laughter mixed with heavy breathing floated over. Run? Run again? Irene's back pressed against the cool brick wall. She saw Lucas reaching into his trouser pocket. There was still a spare battery for the half-tube infrasonic generator. Linda stared at the cylinder in the corner, her Adam's apple moving as if she remembered something. Victor's shadow stretched long across the snow. The barrel of his shotgun scraped across the ground, plowing deep furrows in the snow. The psychiatrist, the team doctor, and the freezer girl. His voice was like sandpaper on iron. Do you know why I let you live for another half an hour? Irene said nothing. Her eyes swept over the pressure valve on the cylinder, over the bulging shape of the battery in Lucas's pocket, and finally landed on Linda's oily fingertips. The snow was still falling, and the ice crystals on her eyelashes began to melt, blurring her vision. But she knew that this was far from the end. Just like in an ice hockey game, the last minute of the third quarter was often the real climax. Victor's finger was on the trigger, and in this dead silence, Irene heard a faint sound coming from the bottom of the cylinder. That was the sound of ice chips expanding in the gap of the pressure valve, very much like the first crisp sound of the ice surface cracking in the extreme cold on an ice hockey rink. The creaking sound of the door hinges was crushed into the air by the wind and snow. Victor's mink coat was covered with snow, and his gold teeth gleamed coldly in the flashlight beam. The leather boots of the 4 bodyguards behind him rolled over the broken glass, and the clicking sound seemed to step on Irene's nerves. The psychiatrist's head is worth 200,000 Canadian dollars. He dragged his right leg across the ground, leaving a crooked mark on the dust. The team doctor's life is worth 100,000. As for you, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Linda. His pupils shrunk to the point of a needle. The little mouse who stole the account book of the freezer back then. Even 50 cents was too much. The car horn outside the warehouse honked again, short and sharp. The corners of Victor's mouth twitched, and he raised his chin towards the bodyguard on the far right. The bodyguard was about to turn around when Irene caught a glimpse of Lucas's thumb trembling slightly on the stun gun switch. That was his habitual movement when he was nervous. Even through 3 sweaters, she could tell this from his tense shoulder line. Linda's toes had hooked on the iron hoop of the oil barrel, and the half-filled bottle of gasoline was shaking in the barrel, creating tiny ripples that looked like a pool of solidified blood in the moonlight. "Why are you panicking?" Victor suddenly laughed, tapping the bulging holster on his waist with his knuckles. "Even if the police come." He swung his arm violently, and the flashlight beam swept across the gas tank in the corner of the warehouse. "If this pile of antiques explodes, it will take them 3 days to dig." A chill ran down the back of Erin's neck. Her eyes darted around the warehouse. On the left were 3 refrigerators that had been rusted to a dark brown color, with cobwebs on the pipes. On the right were 7 or 8 chemical reagent barrels stacked up. The labels had long since weathered away, and only the words sodium hypochlorite could be vaguely made out. At the feet was a half piece of ice hockey knives, with half a fallen steel nail embedded in the blade, and it still felt a bit icy to the touch. The rumors in the locker room the night before suddenly rang in my ears. Victor's people are most afraid of the sound of a hockey knife cutting an artery. She squatted down and lightly ran her fingertips across the blade. The dull pain unique to metal rushed up along her nerves, but it unexpectedly calmed her breathing. "Lucas," she lowered her voice, "what does sodium hypochlorite react with?" The team doctor's eyelashes trembled, and he followed her gaze across the reagent barrel, his Adam's apple moving. "If there is an acid solution." He suddenly paused. His eyes fell on the oil barrel at Linda's feet. There was a tilted blue plastic bottle, with the remaining words, "toilet cleaner," printed on the bottle. Hydrochloric acid. Linda understood immediately. When she bent down to pick up the plastic bottle, the silver bracelet on her wrist hit the oil barrel, making a crisp sound. Victor's flashlight turned immediately, and the beam of light made Irene squint. She saw the shadows of the bodyguards twisted into monsters on the wall. The one closest to them had his left hand in his pocket, a gun, and his right hand hung down, his knuckles white from the effort. "Do it." Irene's voice was as light as snowflakes. Lucas picked up the iron rod on the ground and smashed it hard at the barrel of sodium hypochlorite. The moment the yellow-green liquid splashed out, Linda threw the toilet cleaner over it. The moment the 2 liquids met on the ground, a large cloud of choking white mist rose up. Irene covered her mouth and nose, and could feel her nose and throat as if they were burned, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She heard the bodyguards coughing one after another, and someone knocked over the iron frame. The sound of metal colliding mixed with Victor's curse. "Idiot. Put the guns away and use the batons." This way. Linda pulled her sleeve and went behind the refrigerator. There is a gap of half a person's height between the 3 refrigerators, and the rusty iron sheet can barely block the body. Lucas was the last one to fall behind, his palms sweating from the electric shock device. When he passed the oil barrel, he somehow unscrewed the oil cap. The smell of gasoline immediately mixed with the smoke, becoming even more pungent. Victor's footsteps approached. Irene was leaning against the refrigerator and could hear her own pounding heart. She counted the footsteps, 2 steps, 3 steps, and stopped 2 meters away from them. Search separately. His voice was asthmatic and hoarse. Find the woman and cripple her right hand first. I want to see her. Unable to write a profile report. One group of leather shoes went to the left, and the other group went to the right. Through the crack in the refrigerator, Irene saw the nearest bodyguard with his back to them, his baton twirling in his hand. There was a dark red birthmark on the back of his neck that moved up and down as he swallowed. The best place to attack. She took out the ice hockey knife at her feet, placed the blade against her palm, and thought of the night her father was silenced. It was just as cold and bloody. Linda, cough, she whispered. Linda immediately covered her mouth and let out a suppressed cough. The bodyguard paused, and the moment he turned around, Irene rushed out like a forward on the ice hockey field. The tip of the hockey knife was pressed against the artery at the back of his neck. With his other hand, he grabbed his wrist and twisted it downward, causing the baton to fall to the ground with a clang. The bodyguard wanted to shout, but her knee was already on his lower back, the blade slightly pressing. If you move again, blood will spray onto Victor's face. His Adam's apple moved, and the sweaty back of his neck turned bluish-white under the blade. Irene took the walkie-talkie from his waist and put it into Linda's hand. Turn to the channel and play the ice hockey stadium broadcast. Lucas's electric shock device came in handy at this time. The bodyguard on the right had just walked around the refrigerator when he was struck by the electric current and fell to the ground, twitching all over. Linda quickly pressed a few buttons on the intercom, and the countdown to the finals suddenly exploded. 10 minutes until kickoff. Victor's face turned pale instantly. Irene saw his hand trembling as he reached for his holster, and then she remembered another rumor she had heard from Old Stick in the locker room. The night before, Victor had been scheming in football betting, but was lured away and silenced using the radio in the ice hockey arena, and has been disabled in his right leg ever since. At this moment, the 10 minutes on the radio was like a fine needle, piercing his old wound. "Retreat," he yelled, dragging the still dazed bodyguard towards the door. But at this moment, the sound of falling dust came from above. Irene looked up and saw that the cement layer on the ceiling was cracking in spiderweb-like patterns. A palm-sized piece of concrete fell at her feet with a pop, and the splashed dust fell on her eyelashes. "The structure can't bear the weight." Lucas's voice was tense and calm. The chemical fumes just now corroded the steel bars, and the fighting loosened them. Before he could finish his words, a bigger piece of concrete came crashing down and hit the refrigerator where they had just been hiding, leaving a dent in the iron sheet. Linda's silver bracelet had fallen to the ground at some point, gleaming in the dust. Irene clenched the baton she had snatched and looked at Lucas. "The exit is blocked. The ventilation duct." Linda suddenly pointed to the northwest corner of the warehouse. "I've seen it before when I was cleaning. The diameter is enough to get in, but you have to be quick." Victor's figure had disappeared at the door, and his shouts were cut off by the wind and snow. "Blow up the warehouse. Blast me." The crack in the ceiling was still widening, and another piece of concrete fell half a step away from Irene, and the debris splashed on the back of her hand, causing a burning pain. Lucas picked up the oil barrel and poured the remaining gasoline on the chemical liquid. The moment he took out the lighter, Irene saw the flames flickering in his eyes, which looked very much like the blue light when the infrasonic instrument in the laboratory was turned on. "Run," he shouted. When the 3 rushed towards the ventilation duct in the northwest corner, a muffled bang sound came from behind them. The flames rose up with smoke, making the cracks in the ceiling look even more hideous. Irene could hear the sound of concrete breaking above her head, which was very similar to the crisp sound of ice cracking on an ice hockey rink. That was the danger signal she was most familiar with. The iron grill of the ventilation duct was rusted, and Lucas hit it with his baton, sparks flying in his face. Linda took out a piece of wire from her pocket and skillfully inserted it into the keyhole. Irene looked back and saw that the crack in the center of the ceiling had extended to the beams. A piece of concrete half a person's height was slowly falling down, casting a shadow like the mouth of some ancient monster. "It's open." Linda's voice was filled with tears. Lucas got in first and turned to pull Erin. As soon as her foot stepped on the edge of the pipe, she heard an earth-shaking roar behind her. With one last look, she saw that the half-broken ice hockey knife was still lying there, the blade stained with the bodyguard's blood, glowing a strange red in the firelight. The concrete on the ceiling continued to fall, as if the entire warehouse was groaning in its death groan. As the shadow of falling ice bricks loomed, Irene's neck sensed danger before her vision did. It was the abnormal flow of cold air, like an invisible hand gripping her spine. She instinctively grabbed Lucas's sleeve and pounced down, and the shadows of the three people fell heavily on the ice. An ice brick as big as a millstone hit the place where they had just stood, and the broken ice splashed half a person's height. The sharp and angular ice chips scratched the back of Linda's hand, and tiny beads of blood appeared on her pale skin. "The ice structure here has been modified." Irene climbed up on her knees, her ear against the ice wall. When she was giving psychological counseling to the players a few days ago, she heard the old players chatting about the renovation of the locker room, saying that the underground passage used a special ice concrete. But at this moment, the vibration of the ice surface in her palms had a hollow echo. The top is the load-bearing layer, and the ice walls on both sides are thin. Lucas wiped the ice chips off his face, and the beam of the flashlight drew a trembling arc in the darkness. The ice bricks that had just fallen were embedded with metal mesh, like a deliberately reinforced protective layer. The self-destruct program triggers the top explosion, and there are escape gaps on both sides. He pulled open his coat to reveal the scar on his collarbone, which was an old wound left by the laboratory explosion that year. "I know how to find the weak point." Linda suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist. Her fingers were as cold as icicles. Mechanical Bear, the mechanical guard whose red eyes had just gone out, fell at the corner of the passage, and its metal joints glowed with a faint blue light on the ice. Only then did Irene notice that the bear claws were made of titanium alloy, reflecting their cold sharpness in the broken ice. The breath of the three people condensed into white mist in the cold air. Irene bent down and picked up half of the bear claw. The metal edge still had burrs from the broken mechanical arm, which pricked her palm painfully. "Linda, find all the metal parts that can be removed." Her voice was like an ice knife splitting the mist. "Lucas, knock on this wall." She kicked the left ice wall with her heel, and the echo was 2 beats muffled than the right side. "The ice pattern here is horizontal, and it can't bear weight well." Linda's fingers trembled on the wreckage of the mechanical bear. She pulled off her goggles and used them as gloves. The metal parts clinked on the ice as she removed the bolts. Lucas took the bear claw from Irene. His arm muscles stretched into lines under his thin sweater, and the first impact caused ice chips to fall. Count changed the angle every 7. Sweat broke out on his forehead and instantly condensed into ice crystals in the passage at -10 degrees. During the infrasound experiment, it was measured that the resonant frequency of ice concrete 7. Irene stared at the second hand of her watch. Her left eyelid twitched violently. This physiological warning had never disappeared since the night her father was murdered by the gang. When Lucas's 8th impact landed, the ice wall suddenly made a crisp sound similar to glass breaking, and a spiderweb-like crack climbed from the bottom to the height of the 2 men's chests. "Hurry!" Linda rushed over, holding the disassembled mechanical joint, and the 3 people took turns hitting it like ants gnawing at a bone. Irene's knuckles were numbed by the metal shock, but she heard more frequent breaking sounds above her head. 3 more ice bricks began to loosen, and one of them was facing the direction of their escape. "Hold on!" Lucas suddenly used his body to block Irene. The moment his back touched the ice wall, dark yellow liquid oozed out of the cracks. Irene smelled antifreeze and her heart skipped a beat. This meant that there was no natural ice layer behind the wall, but an artificial insulation layer. "Harder," she screamed, swinging the metal piece, and this time the impact brought up ice chips mixed with the smell of rust. Finally, the ice wall cracked with a boom, and a hole half a person's height appeared, and cold wind filled with the smell of rotten wood chips rushed in. Lucas crawled out first, turned around and pulled Irene up. When Linda crawled in last, a shocking explosion came from deep in the passage, and a rain of ice bricks fell on their heads. The entrance of the cave closed into a white sea behind them. The musty smell of the abandoned warehouse is stronger than expected. Irene's heel broke half of the glass. With the cold light of the mobile phone screen, she groped in the dark in her pocket and found the phone she thought had fallen, probably slipped into the mezzanine when she fell. She could see rusty oil drums piled in the corner, and a hockey team poster from 20 years ago on the wall. The Montreal Maple Leafs team logo was splashed with red paint, like solidified blood. Lucas suddenly held her shoulders. Outside the warehouse came the sound of leather boots stepping on the snow, very slow and regular. The pace of 3 people, 2 fast, 1 slow, and the leader had a slight limp in his right leg.
Irene's pupils shrank. That was the typical way a gang member walked. The gunman who killed her father had been shot in the right leg.
Even more dangerous is the chemical smell in the air. Linda suddenly covered her mouth and nose, her voice trembling. "It's liquid ammonia residue, but the concentration is wrong." She staggered and held the oil drum. The rust on the metal surface was rubbed off, revealing the letters engraved underneath. See the abbreviation of Victor Corleone, the actual controller of the Montreal Underground Casino and the key figure in the team's gambling case. The footsteps stopped at the warehouse door. Irene heard the sound of the lock being pried open, and Lucas's hand quietly covered her lower back. There was a miniature electric shock device that he had just removed from the wreckage of the mechanical bear. Linda dug her nails into her palms, and she remembered what an old employee of the freezer had said in a casual chat. Victor's people never leave anyone alive. The door hinges squeaked harshly. Moonlight filtered in through the broken window, illuminating a shadow standing in the doorway. A man in a mink coat, his right leg dragging slightly on the ground. 4 bodyguards wearing woolen hats followed him. One of them raised a flashlight. When the beam swept over Irene and the other 2, the man smiled, revealing his gold teeth. Psychologist, team doctor, and the little mouse in the freezer. His voice was like sandpaper rubbing against metal. "Do you think you can see tomorrow's sun after escaping the tunnel?" Suddenly, a car horn was heard outside the warehouse. The man paused his smile and turned back to wink at the bodyguard. Irene took this opportunity to glance at Lucas. His thumb was already on the stun gun switch, and Linda was quietly moving towards the oil barrel. There was a half bottle of gasoline, of unknown age, which was glowing a dangerous blue in the moonlight. The moment the door was fully opened, cold wind blew in with snow particles. Irene could hear her own heartbeat mixed with the sound of the broadcast from the ice hockey rink in the distance, the countdown to the finals. Suddenly remembered the rumor I heard in the locker room the night before. People in Victor are most afraid of the sound of a hockey knife cutting open an artery. At this moment, half a piece of ice hockey skate was lying at her feet. It was left behind by a player from an unknown era, and the blade was shining coldly in the moonlight. The concentration of liquid ammonia in the passage was so high that Irene's eyelashes were frosted over, and every time she blinked it felt like broken ice was piercing her eye sockets. Lucas's white coat was wrapped around Linda's head. Fine ice crystals had condensed on the light blue cloth, like a handful of broken diamonds. Suddenly there was a sharp sound of metal scraping against ice behind her, and Irene's neck instantly straightened. That was not Colin's mask, but something larger and heavier moving. "Look up." Lucas's voice came from her left, hoarse from being frozen by the low temperature. Irene forced herself to raise her sore neck. The shadow at the top of the passage was extending downwards. The cold light of the metal joints pierced the darkness, revealing half of a furry bear claw. The claw was half a person's height, and the steel knuckles were still clinging to ice that had not completely melted. Every time it fell, it created spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. Linda suddenly groaned, and a corner of the white coat wrapped around her head slipped off. Her eyes widened in the cold light. It's a defense machine. I heard that when the freezer was renovated, the Mafia was afraid that someone would break into the underground gambling base, so they installed an automatic defense system. Her teeth were chattering, but they said it had been disabled a long time ago, saying that the program was outdated. The mechanical bear's head was completely inserted into the passage. The steel-cast bear's face was bluish-gray, and its two red pupils were like glass balls soaked in blood. There was a raised metal box on its chest, engraved with an oxidized Maple Leafs logo, exactly the same pattern as the ice skates on the back of the corpse. Erin dug her fingers into her palms, her nails almost piercing her numb skin. She noticed that the mechanical bear took 2 seconds to raise its paw each time, and the left forelimb was half a beat slower than the right forelimb. "There's a delay in its action module," she shouted to Lucas, her voice trembling with the liquid ammonia. "It may be that the signal is stuck due to the icing of the line." Lucas's breath fogged up the scarf. He scanned the wall with the cold light of his phone, and suddenly knocked on a certain spot with the handle of his ice skates. The ice there was lighter than the surrounding area, and the outline of the metal interface could be vaguely seen. "Interference circuit." He pulled off his stethoscope, and the metal probe scraped sparks on the ice. "When I was doing infrasound experiments on the players, I used a similar electromagnetic interference device." He unbuttoned the second button of his shirt, which was a custom-made one with a microchip hidden inside. "This can emit pulse waves, as long as it is connected to the interface. Linda and I will lead it away." Erin led Linda behind her. "How long will it take you?" 90 seconds. Lucas's fingers were already frozen purple. He used the tip of his ice skates to pry the frozen joints. Ice chips fell to his feet, but the concentration of liquid ammonia doubles every 30 seconds. "We only have 2 chances." The mechanical bear's throat made a low roar, and its right claw swung first. Irene dragged Linda to the left, and the ice blade scraped past her shoulder armor, leaving a half-foot deep scratch on the wall. Linda's soul slipped on the ice, and Irene grabbed her wrist with her backhand. That hand was as cold as frozen meat, a precursor to frostbite from liquid ammonia. "Look at its red eyes," Irene gasped. "The pupils will shrink before each attack." Linda looked up suddenly and met the mechanical bear's red eyes that were shrinking before it swung its claws for the second time. She screamed and dragged Irene back, and the two of them rushed into the bend of the passage, brushing against the winged blades of the bear's claws. The metal joints of the mechanical bear creaked in protest, and its huge body stumbled as it turned in the narrow passage, causing ice bricks to fly everywhere. 40 seconds left. Lucas's voice came along with the crisp sound of ice chips falling. Irene glimpsed him half kneeling in front of the interface, the stethoscope wire already plugged in, the microchip casting a faint blue light on the ice. The mechanical bear's left claw finally caught up with the rhythm and smashed down in Lucas's direction, only 2 steps away from the interface. "Here." Irene picked up the half of the ice knife on the ground and threw it towards the red eyes of the mechanical bear. The ice blade scraped across the bear's face, sending sparks flying on the metal surface. The mechanical bear's steering module was obviously irritated. Its bulky body twisted 80 degrees, and its right claw swept towards Irene. 20 seconds. Lucas's voice was filled with suppressed ecstasy. Irene could see the blue light of the chip flashing, which was a sign that the interference wave was taking effect. The mechanical bear's movement suddenly became slow, and the light in its red pupils began to flicker, like a light bulb that was running out of power. Linda picked up an ice brick from the ground and smashed it with all her strength at the joint of the bear's claw. There was a gap half a finger wide, which was the weak point of the mechanical structure. The moment the ice brick shattered, Lucas pressed the switch of the chip. A high-frequency buzzing sound rang out in the passage, and Irene's temples began to throb. It was the resonance of infrasound and electromagnetic interference. The mechanical bear's red pupils suddenly went out. Its huge body shook, its metal joints made twisted wailing sounds, and finally it slammed to the ground, causing the ice on the top of the passage to fall. "It's done." Linda collapsed on the ground. Her white coat completely slipped to the ground, revealing her pale face. Lucas staggered and held onto the wall, the wire of the stethoscope still hanging on the interface. "Go quickly. The interference wave can only last for 3 minutes." His words were interrupted by the violent shaking of the passage. There was a dull sound of ice breaking overhead, and large chunks of ice bricks fell, creating deep holes in the body of the mechanical bear. Irene looked up and saw that the ice top above her was cracked in spiderweb-like patterns, with snow particles leaking out of the cracks. That was not a phenomenon that would occur in a naturally frozen channel. "Self-destruct program," Linda suddenly screamed. When it was rebuilt, it was said that if the defense system was destroyed, it would trigger a chain explosion. They are afraid of the secret being revealed. Lucas grabbed Irene's arm and ran. Ice bricks fell at their feet, and broken ice splashed high. Irene's cell phone fell to the ground at some point. The cold light was covered by ice bricks, and the passage fell into complete darkness. Only the mechanical bear's extinguished red eyes occasionally flashed a residual light, like some dying animal. "The exit is on the left," Linda cried. "I remember the ventilation duct in the freezer." There was another loud noise, and the ice at the top of the passage cracked into a gap half a person's width. Irene felt a cold wind blowing in from above her head. It was not the sweet smell of liquid ammonia, but colder and more turbid air. It was the wind on the ground, carrying the smell of snow particles and car exhaust. "Hurry!" Lucas's hand suddenly tightened, and he dragged Irene towards the crack. "Climb up." At this moment, the top of the ice cap let out a dying groan. Irene looked up and saw a millstone-sized ice brick slowly falling, casting a shadow over the heads of the 3 people. Irene dug her fingertips into her palms, her nails almost piercing her skin. This was an old way she had used to fight panic since she was a child. The cold air from the freezer penetrated into her bones through her collar, but she felt that the cold sweat on her back was more piercing than ice. 7 guards. 8. When I counted to the 8th, the ice badge flashed in the flashlight like a poisoned blade.
"Erin!" Lucas's low shout made her turn her head sharply, and a metal baton hit the wall, brushing her ear, and ice chips fell into the back of her neck.
The right shoulder of the team doctor's white coat was stained with dark brown blood, and his left hand was clutching half of a yellowed experimental record. It was the key data on the impact of infrasound on brainwaves that they had snatched from the laboratory safe. At this moment, he leaned his back against the frozen shelf, and the white mist of his breath condensed into small balls in front of his eyes. The third one on the left. His wrist holding the gun is shaking. He is a rookie. Irene's pupils contracted slightly. This was her instinct as a criminal profiler, watching for micro-movements. The guards surrounded them in a fan shape, and the anti-skid grooves on the soles of their tactical boots made a harsh sound as they scraped against the ice. The helmeted man in the lead stood 5 steps away. The ice beads on his mask were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, dripping onto the ground and blending with the bloodstains, like some kind of strange totem. She noticed the attack rhythm of these people. Each round of advancement was 7 seconds apart, which was exactly the time difference for an ordinary person to change his center of gravity.
"Linda," she suddenly shouted, "you said there was a spare circuit box in the freezer."
The blonde woman who was using a piece of broken metal to cut the wrist of the nearest guard paused. the wound on her forehead oozing blood, but she smiled like an enraged female leopard. In the northwest corner, but I need a password. Before she could finish her words, her metal rod was knocked away by the guard's shield, brushing against Irene's hair and hitting the wall, creating an ice hole. Irene's temple was throbbing. The rainy night 20 years ago suddenly flooded back my memory. My father was pinned down in an icy alley, his hands clutching his lab notes run over by the gangster's leather boots. At this moment, the corner of the old map in her arms was digging into her ribs. It was the map of the underground secret passage that Linda had stolen, but the entrance to the secret passage was blocked by 3 guards. On their tactical uniforms, the ice badge glowed faint blue under the cold light. "Come with me." She suddenly stumbled to her right, hitting her knees on the frosted shelf. The guard in the front's eyes lit up and he rushed over with a gun in hand. This was a flaw she deliberately revealed. At the moment when the opponent's gun was about to touch the back of her neck, Irene rolled sideways. The slippery ice surface made her movements half a beat faster than usual. She raised her elbow and hit the guard's throat. She heard the dull sound of broken cartilage, and the other party's gun fell to the ground with a clang. At the same time, Lucas smashed the experimental records into the eyes of another guard. As the pages turned, the guard subconsciously closed his eyes. The team doctor took the opportunity to push his knee into his abdomen and used the force to pick up the stun gun that fell on the ground. Linda grabbed the metal rod that she had used to smash the wall and swept it across the guard's knee. That was the arm strength she had developed when moving goods in the freezer. The guard screamed and fell to his knees. During the brief chaos, the 3 of them stood back to back in a triangle. Irene held the stolen pistol, her knuckles turning white. She had never fired a gun before, but at this moment the muzzle of the gun was pointed steadily at the helmeted man's chest. Lucas's stun gun emitted blue arcs, and his arms under the white coat were stretched like iron wires. Linda's metal rod was dripping with blood, staining the ice like red plums. "Not bad." The helmeted man finally spoke. His voice filtered through the mask, like the friction of rusty gears. He raised his hand and pulled off the mask, revealing a face that made Aaron's blood freeze instantly. That was Colin McCarthy, the legendary goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs, the man who died in a car accident 3 years ago. But at this moment there was no warmth in his eyes, like a deep frozen pool, exactly the same as the look in the surveillance video when he raised the knife to stab the coach. "Victor." The helmeted man, or Colin, turned his head and looked at the tall and strong man in the shadows behind him. That was the guard leader Linda had mentioned. He had a scar on his left cheek running from his brow to his jaw, and at the moment he was blowing a silver whistle slowly. The whistle sounded sharp, like an icicle piercing the eardrum. The originally confused guard suddenly straightened his back and pulled out a stun gun from his tactical belt. The blue arc of light crackled in the cold air. The sound of Erin's heartbeat drowned out the ringing in her ears. She noticed something unusual on the wall. Several dark brown marks appeared in the ice hole that had been created by the metal rod. Looking closer, those marks are not ice cracks, but man-made symbols, twisted spirals, broken wave lines, and the shape of the infrasound frequency graph in Lucas's experimental notes are strikingly similar. "They're programming this building," Lucas whispered suddenly, his eyes sweeping across the wall. "Infrasound requires a resonant cavity, and these ice carvings are waveguides." Victor's whistle sounded again. The guard's stun guns lit up at the same time, and the blue light connected into one, like an approaching electric fence. Irene's fingers clenched around the pistol, but her eyes were always fixed on the symbol on the wall. Colin's mouth curled up into an icy smile, and he raised his hand. "Erin." Linda suddenly pulled her sleeve and pointed in the direction of the secret passage. At some point, ice had covered half of the wall, spreading upward along the soles of the guards' boots, emitting a faint green light under the light. That was the ice tomb that my father experimented with 20 years ago. At this moment, It was following the trajectory of the waveguide groove and completing the final countdown. Irene took a deep breath and handed the pistol to Linda. "Guard the left side." She turned and rushed to the wall, pressing her gloved palm on the ice symbol. There were slight vibrations beneath the ice, as if some sleeping giant was waking up. Colin's footsteps approached, and the blue light of the stun gun cast a swaying shadow on her back. But at this moment, all she could see were those twisted wave lines and the doodles on the last page of her father's notebook in her memory. That was the unfinished infrasonic resonance model he had drawn before he was silenced. "Found you," she whispered, her fingertips following the spiral carved in the ice. Linda screamed from behind, and the heat from the stun gun almost burned the back of her neck. But Irene did not look back. The wavy lines carved in the ice were reflected in her pupils, and her brain was working at an unprecedented speed. These symbols were not decorations, but keys, the key to unlocking the mystery of the ice tomb, and Colin's personality. Colin's hand was already on her shoulder. Irene whirled around and rammed her forehead into his face. As he stumbled, she grabbed a piece of metal from the ground and made a short line next to the ice symbol, the symbol that marked the resonance node in her father's notebook. The ice surface suddenly shook violently. The ice chips in the cracks of the wall began to move wildly, like a group of awakened snakes. Colin's pupils contracted. He took 2 steps back and put the mask back on his face. Victor's whistle changed its tone, and the guard's stun guns went out at the same time, sending sparks across the ice. "Let's go," Lucas grabbed her arm. The ice in the secret passage has loosened. Erin took one last look at the symbol on the wall. The waves seemed to come alive in the vibration, twisting and entangled, pointing to the deepest part of the freezer. She touched the old map in her pocket and looked at the entrance to the secret passage covered with ice. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the real exit was not underground, but in these ice carvings. Colin's roar came through his mask, and the guards raised their weapons again. Irene wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gave Lucas and Linda a faint smile. "Let's solve these problems first, and then we have to study this war carefully." The poisonous gas was like an invisible snake's tongue, drilling into the lungs through the nasal cavity. There were tiny drops of water on Irene's eyelashes. They were the mist produced by the poison gas when it cooled down. They mixed with the blood on Linda's forehead and spread into a muddy red on the metal floor. She heard her breathing become heavy, like a bellows pulling through rusty gears, and each breath was as painful as if her throat was cut. "Erin." Lucas's voice was muffled by the poison bubbles. He half knelt beside Linda, the hem of his shirt soaked with tea, pressing it against the unconscious woman's mouth and nose. That was an old teacup in Jones's laboratory. The cold tea from 20 years ago mixed with the smell of rust became a life-saving barrier at this moment. Linda's pulse is weakening. The concentration of poison gas is at least 3 times higher than the safe value. Irene held onto the metal cabinet and managed to stand up, her eyes searching the flickering light. The vent in the corner was still hissing out light green gas, and the emergency light on the ceiling flickered every 3 seconds, cutting Lucas's face into alternating light and dark fragments. She dug her nails deep into her palms and forced herself to focus. This was a skill she learned the night her father was murdered by the gang. Pain can keep the nerves awake. Suddenly, the sound of ice rubbing against metal penetrated my eardrums. She turned her head suddenly and saw that the ice patterns in the crack of the secret door were wriggling, as if countless transparent ants were climbing along the crack. The ice was not new, and its edges were rough from years of erosion, perfectly matching what Linda had said about the experimental trajectory 20 years ago. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw the message on the screen was still bright. "Ice doesn't melt, it just exists in a different form." "Control panel." Lucas's exclamation brought her back to her senses. He was pulling away the dust cloth at the corner of the wall, revealing a metal panel embedded in the wall. The indicator light flashed red and orange alternately, like a dying eye. This is the backup valve controller for the freezer. Jones should have kept it when he remodeled the lab. He quickly ran his fingertips over the lines on the panel, but the main line is burned out and needs to be reconnected. Irene stumbled past. The poison gas had already reached his waist, and she could see the sweat on the back of Lucas's neck trickling down his collar. It wasn't the heat, it was the stress response of the poison gas irritating his skin. Tools. She pulled out an old map from Linda's pocket, and a half box of screwdrivers fell out of the compartment. The cool touch of the metal restored some feeling to her fingers. "Help me." Lucas pulled off his cufflinks and used the pointed end to pry open the panel casing. The exposed wires were like tangled snakes, and 3 of the charred copper wires were emitting tiny sparks. The infrasound experiment requires a stable current, and Jones should have used a double-circuit design. His voice suddenly paused. "Erin, do you remember what I said last time when I fixed the air conditioner in the team doctor's office?" Irene's temple was throbbing. That was 3 days ago. Lucas was squatting in front of the air conditioner outdoor unit, tightening the screws and saying, "Some circuits appear to be broken, but they actually have backup channels hidden, just like some secrets, dead on the surface but still alive underneath." She suddenly understood, pressed her fingers on the bulge on the edge of the panel, and pushed hard. There was a slight click sound. A row of silver contacts popped out from the inside of the panel, like dormant gears. Lucas's eyes lit up. Yes, in order to prevent the leakage of experimental data, Jones installed a memory switch on the key equipment. He quickly took off his tie, wrapped the copper wire with silk, and aligned one of the broken ends with the contact. "Linda, can I borrow your hairpin?" The unconscious woman was unresponsive. Irene gritted her teeth and pulled off her hair tie, the metal hairpin hurting her palm. Lucas took it and inserted the hairpin precisely between the contact and the copper wire. "Now we need 12 volts of current." He looked up suddenly. "Erin, your phone charger." Erin's fingers could barely hold the power bank. The poison gas caused double vision in her vision, and the battery level on the screen showed. She aimed the power bank's port at the small hole on the side of the panel. The moment the current passed through, the panel indicator light suddenly turned a steady green. "Success." Lucas pressed the red button. The hissing sound from the vent suddenly stopped, and the last wisp of poisonous gas was drawn back into the pipe, as if pulled away by an invisible hand. Linda suddenly coughed violently, and her body hunched like a shrimp. Lucas quickly supported her back. Irene slumped on the ground, her back against the secret door that was still oozing ice, and the burning pain in her throat finally eased a little. But the next second, there was a dull vibration from the wall. The 3 of them looked up at the same time. The metal wall on the left side cracked along the seams. Rust fell off, and 6 or 7 guards in black tactical uniforms entered one after another. The leading man was wearing a titanium helmet with ice beads condensed on the mask. The pattern was exactly the same as the one Colin wore when he killed people. How could they be so fast? Linda was interrupted by gunshots. The bullet grazed Irene's ear and hit the wall. The sparks reminded her of that night in her childhood. Her father lay in a pool of blood. The gangster's leather shoes ran over her rag doll, and there were such sparks on the gun handle. "Get cover." Irene pulled Linda towards the laboratory table. Lucas picked up the experimental log on the table and threw it at the nearest guard. The thick brown paper book hit the opponent's helmet, making a dull sound. The guard's gun muzzle deviated, and the bullet pierced the ventilation duct, causing hardened ice to fall to the ground with a clatter. Irene's fighting skills were taught by her father. At that time, she always complained that it's useless for little girls to learn this, but now she is grateful for his persistence. She grabbed the nearest guard's wrist and twisted the joint, hearing the crisp sound of bones dislocating. The other party screamed in pain and let go, and the gun fell to the ground. Just as she was about to pick it up, another guard's boot kicked her in the waist. The severe pain caused her to crash against the laboratory table, and the test tube rack fell to the ground. "Erin," Lucas's voice trembled. He was being pinned down by two guards, one of whom hit him in the ribs with the butt of his rifle. Linda raised the metal rod she got from the freezer and hit a guard on the knee. The guard fell down with a scream, but Linda grabbed her ankle and dragged her to the ground. More footsteps came from behind the cracked wall. Irene counted to the 7th and 8th guards, and they all had the same Ice Edge badge on their tactical uniforms, connected to the words in Colin's helmet, the ice chips in the crack of the secret door, and the hint in the text message on the mobile phone. Her breathing became rapid again, not because of the poison gas, but because of physical exhaustion. Lucas's white coat was stained with blood, and it was unclear whether it was his or the guards. Linda's metal rod fell at her feet and was being crushed by the guard's boot heel. The leading helmeted man slowly approached, and the ice beads on his mask began to melt, dripping down his chin to the ground, mixing with the previous blood stains, like some kind of evil ritual. Irene reached for the old map in her pocket. Linda said the secret passage led to the basement of the ice hockey rink, but at this moment she couldn't even stand steadily. The helmeted man put his hand on the gun handle and raised his mask a little, revealing eyes like the surface of a frozen lake, exactly the same look Colin had when he killed someone. The last bit of strength slipped from her fingertips. She heard her own heartbeat, like the dull sound of a hockey puck hitting a goal. In the last second before she lost consciousness, she saw the ice in the crack of the secret door suddenly spread faster and faster, climbing up along the soles of the guards' boots, as if the experiment 20 years ago had finally completed the countdown and was about to seal all the secrets, including them, into an eternal ice tomb. The infrasonic vibrations in the pipe were like invisible hands, gripping Irene's temple. She could hear the short gasps escaping her throat, just as tight as Lucas's grip on her wrist. The hand in the antifreeze glove, in the shadow on the right, was still climbing slowly. The cold light of the titanium helmet pierced the darkness, and the sound of the guards' leather boots had already crashed into the entrance of the pipe. The branch they had just hidden in had now become a dead end, surrounded by enemies on all sides. "Listen." Irene suddenly lowered her voice. Lucas's breath hitched beneath the hum of the infrasound. A clearer, crisp sound penetrates the metal pipe wall. Dung, 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 like a hockey stick tapping the ice. The rhythm is slower than ordinary training, but with a certain regular vibration. Linda's sobs were stuck in her throat, and her ankle was still hurting from being held, but the three people's eyes turned at the same time to the direction where the sound came from. Deep in the left pipe, the words engraved on Colin's helmet. Erin dug her nails into her palms. He said, "Ice doesn't melt. It just exists in a different way." The sound of the puck hitting, maybe a guide. She thought of the antifreeze gloves she found in Colin's locker last week, with a tiny maple leaf logo embroidered on the inside of the gloves, exactly the same stitching as the glove in the shadows at this moment. Maybe Colin is not the murderer, but another person being guided. Lucas's thumb unconsciously rubbed the pulse of Erin's wrist. He remembered that before the explosion in the laboratory, the infrasound generator had emitted a similar resonant frequency. At that time, he thought it was a device failure, but now it seemed more like some kind of calibration. "Let's go." He let go of her hand, but took off his coat and wrapped it around Irene's shoulders. "There is condensation on the pipe wall, and the metal temperature is low. Don't get frozen." The three of them crouched and moved toward the left pipe. Irene's heels hit the protrusions on the pipe wall, making a crisp sound. The hand in the shadow suddenly moved faster, and half of the face was revealed at the edge of the titanium alloy helmet. Not a human face, but a metal mask covered with ice, with a faint blue light in the eye holes. "Run!" Linda screamed and pushed Irene away. They stumbled forward, the sound of the puck hitting each other getting closer. When the pipe suddenly narrowed into a narrow passage where one could only crawl, Irene's fingertips touched an unusually smooth piece of metal, the edge of the secret door. She felt a very shallow scratch on the edge of the door, which exactly matched the wear marks on the edge of Colin's ice skates. Those were the marks he secretly carved on the ice during extra practice every night. Here, she tugged at the corner of Lucas's clothes. The secret door had no handle, but Linda's fingers trembled suddenly. After groping at the side of the door for a moment, the emergency lock of the freezer, her nails scratched an almost invisible dent. I used to deliver information to Dr. Jones, and his laboratory had this kind of lock. With a click, the secret door tilted inward, and the smell of mold mixed with the smell of old paper pages poured out. Inside was a room less than 10 square meters, with metal filing cabinets occupying all 4 walls, and a pile of yellowed files on the table in the center, with Maple Leaf Freezer Experiment Log 1993-2001 printed on the cup. Dr. Jones. Linda's voice trembled. He is my father's colleague. 20 years ago, the freezer was suddenly closed. They said that the equipment was aging, but my dad said that they were using living people for experiments. She grabbed the top file, and the signature on the cover made her eyes red. Look, this is my dad's notes. He recorded the subject's body temperature and brainwave data every day. The wall suddenly made a teeth-grinding friction sound. The moment Irene looked up, a spider web-like crack appeared on the right wall, and 3 sharp metal spikes popped out, brushing against Linda's hair and nailing into the opposite wall. Lucas suddenly pulled Irene behind him and used his other hand to support Linda, who almost fell. More spikes emerged from the walls on all 4 sides, twisting and stretching like metal vines, each thorn tip covered with dark brown rust. That was not rust, but dried blood. Look for the key clue. Irene untied her tie and wrapped it around her wrist to avoid the spikes falling from above her head. They set up a mechanism, which means there is something here that cannot be discovered. She rushed to the nearest filing cabinet. The drawer was locked, but half a photo was visible in the gap. A player wearing a Maple Leafs uniform was fixed on the laboratory table with electrodes on his temples. In the background, an infrasound generator similar to the one in Lucas's laboratory could be seen. Aaron. Lucas's voice was unusually anxious. He half squatted, his back against the wall that kept popping out spikes, holding a leather notebook in his hand. The gold-stamped infrasound neural intervention experiment on the cover glowed coldly under the flickering emergency light. This is Jones's core report. In 1995, they used infrasound frequencies to interfere with the temporal lobe of the player's brains to stimulate potential personalities. Colin's legendary goalkeeper personality was not a spontaneous split at all. It was awakened by sound waves. The generator exploded. Irene's pupils shrank suddenly. Someone is destroying the evidence. Lucas put his fingertips on the photo in the report. It was a photo of himself 20 years ago. A young team doctor standing in front of the laboratory table, holding the same sonic frequency regulator in his hand. They are afraid that I will find out. These experiments have never stopped. There was another violent shaking. This time it wasn't spikes, but rather a light green mist that began to leak down from the vents in the ceiling. Linda staggered and knocked over a chair. She grabbed a file and threw it towards the door, but saw that the secret door was slowly closing. The mist seeping out of the gap was thicker than that from the vent, with a pungent smell of bitter almonds. Poison gas. Irene covered her mouth and nose. Her fingertips groped for a half-stomped box of matches in the pile of documents, and she lit it and held it in front of her face. The flame instantly turned a strange blue. Cyanide. She turned to Lucas, who was covering his mouth with the lab report. The door is automatically locked. The poison gas will be released 30 minutes after the mechanism is triggered. How long has it been now? 8 minutes. Lucas's voice was muffled by the paper. His eyes swept across the last page of Jones's report, where escape code number of hockey puck impacts was written in red pen, an exact match for the boom 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 they had heard in the pipe. But when he rushed to secret door and entered 3, only a mechanical buzzing sound came from the keyhole. The poisonous gas reached their knees. Linda's cough became heavy. She grabbed Irene's hand and pressed it against her chest. I have an old map of the freezer in my pocket. Jones said back then that there was a secret passage in the laboratory leading to the underground ice hockey rink. Before she finished her words, her body suddenly softened and her forehead hit the metal cabinet. Blood mixed with the mist in the poison gas formed a dark red flower on the ground. Erin's vision began to blur. She saw Lucas tear off the hem of his shirt, dip it in the tea from the pile of documents. It was Jones's old teacup, half cold, and force it to cover Linda's mouth and nose. My throat felt like it was burning, and every breath I took was accompanied by the stinging pain of a blade. She reached for her phone in her pocket, and the screen lit up automatically in the poisonous gas. It was an unread text message from an unfamiliar number. The content was just the words engraved on Colin's helmet. Ice doesn't melt. It just exists in a different way. The keyhole of the secret door suddenly made a beeping sound. Erin pressed her finger against the phone screen, but she could no longer read the numbers. She heard Lucas calling her name. His voice seemed to come from far away on the ice. At the last second, she saw ice chips slowly crawling along the metal lines in the crack of the secret door, like some living thing, awakening along the trajectory of the experiment 20 years ago. The alarm sounded like a rusty hacksaw, tearing the air in the laboratory inch by inch. Erin's nails dug into her palms, the hard corners of Cullen's medical form in the waterproof bag scratching her knuckles. They put ice in the helmets. The scribbled words now burned her skin. Run, where are you running to? Victor's scar twisted into a centipede as he laughed, and the metal buckles on his tactical vest glowed coldly under the emergency light. More than 20 guards spread out in a fan shape behind him, and the dull sound of the riot shields colliding seemed to hit Irene's temple. A secret passage on the other side of the laboratory had been sealed long ago, and white powder was still dropping from the vent, which was the mark left by Linda smashing the fire extinguisher just now. Lucas suddenly let go of her hand. When Irene turned around, she saw him squatting beside the laboratory table and quickly opening the third drawer. That was where the chemical reagents were stored. The hem of his white coat was stained with black ash from the explosion of the infrasonic generator, but his fingers were as steady as precision instruments as he poured concentrated ammonia and sodium bicarbonate solution in proportion into the glass beaker. Cover your mouth and nose. When he looked up, his eyes behind the lenses were abnormally bright. In 30 seconds, irritating fumes will be released, and the guards' riot masks won't be able to block them. Linda suddenly tugged on Irene's sleeve. The woman who used to work in the freezer was staring at the ceiling. Her Adam's apple moved. The ventilation duct. When I inspected it 3 years ago, I saw that the main duct could reach the B2 floor. She pointed her finger at the rusty vent in the corner of the wall. The diameter is enough to get in, but there may be a mousetrap at the joint of the duct. Irene's pupils contracted slightly. She noticed that Victor's right toe unconsciously deviated 5 degrees to the left. That was the direction of the main guard deployment. The vent was located in the blind spot on the right, and was still covered with ice chips that had fallen off when Linda smashed the fire extinguisher. 3, 2, 1. Lucas slammed the beaker heavily on the table, and the mixed solution instantly emitted yellow-white smoke. Irene grabbed Linda's wrist and rushed to the vent. The damp smell of rust mixed with the itchy smell of ammonia filled her nostrils. I heard the guards' curses from behind me, and the dull thud of the riot shield hitting the ground was very close. Lower your head. Linda suddenly pulled her down. Irene's forehead rubbed against the iron sheet on the edge of the vent, and the scraping sound of the metal hurt her eardrums. Lucas squeezed in at the last moment, with a tear on the back of his white coat. The musty smell in the pipe became stronger, and tiny drops of water condensed on the walls, dripping onto the back of Irene's neck, making her shiver with cold. The crawling posture is like being stuffed into a coffin. Irene's knees pressed against the rusty iron, and every movement made a harsh friction sound. She could hear Lucas's breathing just above her head, hoarse with the chemical burns. Linda was in the front, the patches on her jeans knees scraping against the pipes, making a sound like sandpaper. "They're following us," Lucas suddenly said in a low voice. Irene pricked up her ears and heard faint footsteps below. The guards were hitting the pipes with their batons, and the echoes were like drum beats muffled in a jar. Further away, the cheers from the finals seeped in through the gaps in the vents, mixed with the crisp sound of the puck hitting the stick, reminding her of the scene when she first met Colin 3 months ago. The goalie, who always wore a titanium helmet, had a crescent-shaped scar on his forehead when he took off his helmet, and said, "It was hit by the puck. It doesn't hurt." The pipe suddenly narrows. Linda paused, and Irene's elbow hit a protruding rivet, causing her to gasp in pain. To the left, Linda's voice echoed, "I remember there's an inspection hole here." Her fingers dug into the pipe wall, and blood oozed from the gaps between her nails. The memory of 3 years ago became a lifeline at this moment, but the next second, all the sounds disappeared. Irene's crawling movements froze in midair. There is a Y-shaped fork ahead, and both pipes are pitch black, like the throat of a giant beast. There was a faint musty smell coming from the left pipe, while a familiar chill wafted from the right. It was the 35 tourist chill of the freezer, mixed with a certain fishy and sweet smell unique to metal. "Which side?" Lucas lowered his voice very low. His fingertips touched the pipe wall and suddenly retracted. The temperature of the right pipe is 5 degrees lower than that of the left. Linda's breathing became rapid. The ventilation system of the freezer, the main pipe, should lead to the east area, but the west area pipe was blocked due to ice 3 years ago. She dug her nails deep into her palms. "If you go to the west area, you might freeze." The footsteps behind me suddenly became clear. Someone hit the pipe with a baton, causing dust to fall from the pipe wall. Irene reached for the medical form in the waterproof bag, and Colin's handwriting appeared before her in the darkness. They put ice in the helmet. Ice. Low temperature. Freezing. Control. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the pipe, and suddenly felt a fine scratch, as if left by repeated cutting with some tool. "Right side," Irene suddenly said. Lucas and Linda turned their heads at the same time, and only her shining eyes could be seen in the darkness. "The pipes in the West District are frozen?" "No, someone is keeping it cool." She traced the scratches with her fingertips. "These marks were made in the last 3 days with a titanium drill bit, the same material Colin's helmet is made of." Linda gasped. "You mean someone's piped something?" She was answered by a muffled sound. A twisted groan of metal came from deep within the pipe, as if something was squeezing in from a darker place. The sound was very light at first, like the sound of ice cracking, and then gradually became heavier, with low-frequency vibrations that made Irene's teeth ache. That was the frequency of infrasound. Lucas's body suddenly tensed. He thought of the infrasound generator that exploded in the laboratory, and the abnormal pulsation of blood vessels in Colin's temple when he examined him last week. "Back off." He grabbed Irene's wrist. "This sound matches the frequency of the generator when it goes out of control." But it was too late. The vibration in the right pipe became stronger and stronger. Irene felt a cold liquid flowing down the wall of the pipe and dripping on the back of her hand. It was not water, but some kind of sticky liquid with a rusty smell. Linda suddenly screamed. Something grabbed her ankle. In the darkness, a gloved hand stretched out from the shadow of the pipe on the right, with dark brown stains between the nails. The material of the gloves was very special. Irene had seen similar ones in Colin's locker. They were antifreeze gloves, specially designed for use in 35D stud environments. The guard's footsteps came closer. In the shadow of the pipeline fork, the owner of the hand was slowly crawling out, his titanium alloy helmet glowing coldly in the darkness. Irene heard her own violent heartbeat mixed with the vibration of infrasound, and suddenly remembered the words engraved on the inside of Colin's helmet. "Ice will not melt. It will only exist in a different form." At this moment, coming from deep in the pipe, was the crisp sound of the puck hitting the stick. Irene's temple was throbbing, and the buzzing of the infrasound was like a red-hot steel needle piercing her eardrum. Victor's scar shone blue in the flashlight. 2 guards behind him were holding stun batons. One of them had his Adam's apple rolling up and down with his breathing. That was the after effect of being choked by liquid ammonia. "Hand over the documents," Victor's voice was icy, "or I'll break your boyfriend's legs right now and make him watch you freeze to death in this pipe." Lucas's fingers pinched her lower back gently. Irene caught the signal instantly. He was alerting her to the shadow at Victor's feet. A faint light leaked through the gaps in the iron sheet of the ventilation duct, drawing a long twisted line on the ground, just sweeping over the heel of Victor's left boot. There was a fresh scratch of paint there, the same color as the fire hydrant that had been knocked askew at the entrance to the freezer. She suddenly grabbed Lucas's wrist and pushed it down. The 2 of them curled up deeper into the pipe at the same time. Victor's stun gun brushed across the back of Irene's neck, and blue sparks flew on the iron sheet. The frequency of the infrasound suddenly increased, and the guards began to squat with their heads in their hands. One of them even vomited. This was the side effect of infrasound that Lucas had mentioned before. When the frequency exceeds 16 Hz, it will induce resonant vomiting in human viscera. "Chase." Victor kicked the guard who vomited the most, and his shadow swayed on the wall when he turned around. Irene's pupils suddenly contracted. In the shadow, Victor's right shoulder was 2 fingers lower than his left shoulder, which was exactly the same as the posture of the logistics manager in the team's training hall surveillance camera 3 months ago. It turns out that this gangster thug had sneaked into the team, disguised as a staff member. The ventilation duct suddenly made a slight creaking sound. Lucas felt a very fine dent on the joint of the pipe with his fingertips, and as he touched it, he felt a slight magnetic vibration on the metal surface. "It's an electromagnetic lock," he whispered. "Linda's work badge should be able to open it." Before he could finish his words, the bottom of the pipe suddenly sank. Irene and Lucas slid down the sloping iron sheet into the darkness and fell into a small room filled with old wooden boxes. The smell of mildew, mixed with rust, hit me in the face, and the emergency light in the corner suddenly lit up, revealing a woman in faded overalls. Her white hair was casually tied with a rubber band, and there was an old scar on her left wrist. She was holding a rusty wrench, but her eyes were as alert as a fox in the snow. "Dr. Visser, Gray's team doctor." The woman put down the wrench. "I'm Linda Hawk, the custodian who was fired from the team's freezer 3 years ago." She pointed to the employee photo hanging on the wall. The young girl holding a thermometer at the edge did look 70% like the man in front of her. "Does the document in your arms include a 1995 player physical examination form?" Irene subconsciously touched the brown paper bag in her arms. When she was rummaging through the archive room in the freezer, she did pull out a yellowed medical examination report with the signature of former legendary goalkeeper Colin Marshall. Linda saw her movements and finally smiled. "I knew it. I was the one who took Colin's temperature during his last physical examination before he retired. He said his headache felt like someone was drilling into his brain with an ice pick, but all the instruments showed normal results. Now I know. It's infrasound." She turned to Lucas. "Infrasound developed by Dr. Gray that can precisely affect specific areas of the brain." Lucas's face turned pale instantly. Irene remembered the secret in his inner character of covering up players' injury data through drug experiments, and suddenly understood why he would change the subject every time she mentioned the case of chronic brain injury of players. They used the freezer for 2 things. Linda pulled open a wooden box, filled with locked metal boxes, to deal with eyesores. The scout who found evidence of gambling 3 years ago was stuffed into IATT's razor. She pointed to a silver cabinet in the corner that was taller than a person. There was a fresh scratch on the door, exactly the same as the ice skate mark Irene saw at the crime scene. "And experiments," using infrasound to stimulate the players' brains, causing them to make abnormal movements during the game, making it easier for the gangs to manipulate the gambling. Lucas squatted down and pulled out a stack of experimental records from the metal box. Erin leaned over and saw a yellowed page with a map of brain areas and terms like beta wave inhibition and amygdala activation labeled on it. The latest pages also contained the magnetic brain maps of the current Maple Leafs players, and Victor's name was prominently listed. "Is this Colin's experimental record?" Lucas's voice trembled. That year, his personality suddenly changed and he stabbed someone in the locker room. Was it actually because his personality was tampered with by infrasound? Linda nodded. "They need a scapegoat. Colin's helmet is equipped with a miniature infrasound transmitter. The titanium alloy shell can isolate external interference and directly act on his temporal lobe. Later, he committed suicide, but the technology remained." She pointed to the secret door on the other side of the room. "The laboratory is downstairs. Behind the secret door is an iron ladder that spirals downward." The laboratory was tidier than expected. There was a real-time monitoring screen on the wall, showing every corner of the freezer, including the ventilation duct they had just climbed out of. Victor was leading the guards towards this side. One of the guards was holding a thermal imager, and the red dot was flashing above their heads. Lucas went straight to the lab table and grabbed a tube of reagent labeled TA7. "This is a sedative I developed last year." He crushed the ampoule, and the liquid smelled bitter almonds in the air. But the records here show that they increased the dosage tenfold to enhance the offensiveness of infrasound. He turned to the last page, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Erin, look at this." The last entry in the experiment log reads, "On March 15th, 2023, Maple Leaf C-Line forward JM showed symptoms of personality dissociation and said he heard Colin's voice. It is recommended to activate the backup plan before the final. The backup plan is to let a player lose control and create chaos during the live broadcast of the finals." Erin pressed her finger on the signature on the log. It was the team's general manager's personal doctor, the good guy who always said the players are just under a lot of pressure. She finally understood why all the psychological evaluation reports were inexplicably returned for revision. It turned out that from the very beginning, they needed a scapegoat for out of control. The laboratory door suddenly slammed. Victor's roar came through the metal door. "Hawk, do you think I was merciful by not killing you? Now I'm going to turn you all into ice sculptures." Linda rushed over and pressed the red button on the wall. The bulletproof glass of the laboratory suddenly dropped down, sealing the entrance tightly. "This is an emergency isolation door. It can last for 5 minutes." She pulled out the toolbox under the laboratory table. "But they have a cutting gun. It can only last for 3 minutes at most." Lucas grabbed the infrasound generator on the table and quickly adjusted the frequency. The sharp buzzing sound sounded again, and the guards on the surveillance screen began to retreat with their heads in their hands. 2 of them even knocked over the liquid nitrogen tank next to them. Irene took advantage of this opportunity to stuff the experimental records and Colin's physical examination report into a waterproof bag and tied it around her waist. "Too high a frequency will damage your cochlea," Lucas yelled. "Erin, open the vent." "Linda, start the refrigeration system." Irene crouched down and rushed to the vent, with blood stains still between her nails from being cut by paper. She recalled the night when her father was dragged away by gangsters during her childhood. It was just as cold, and there were just as many metal collision sounds. But this time, she wouldn't hide in the closet and shiver. The screws on the vent had just been removed halfway when the alarm in the laboratory suddenly rang shrilly.
Linda's face turned pale instantly. "It's the motion sensor."
I thought they tore it down. On the monitoring screen, more than 20 guards rushed in from all directions, and the cutting guns in their hands had begun to burn the isolation door. Victor stood at the front, holding up a megaphone and sneering. "Psychologist, do you think you can turn the tables by finding the lab? I have good news for you. He pointed to the time display in the corner of the monitor screen. The finals will begin in 10 minutes, and your hero players are wearing new titanium helmets and listening to Colin's guidance in the locker room. The isolation door deformed with a teeth-grinding sound. Aaron's fingers touched the documents in the waterproof bag and suddenly felt a hard corner. It was the scribbled words on the back of Colin's medical form. They put ice in the helmet. Black smoke suddenly came out of Lucas's infrasound generator. Linda grabbed the last fire extinguisher and smashed it into the vent, and cold powder instantly filled the air. Irene looked at the approaching crowd on the surveillance screen and heard her own pounding heart mixed with the sound of the alarm, which sounded very much like the crisp sound of a hockey puck hitting a hockey stick. That was the signal for the start of the finals. "Let's go." Lucas grabbed her hand and rushed to the secret passage on the other side of the laboratory. "Linda, follow me." But as soon as the door of the secret passage opened a crack, strong light shone in.
Irene narrowed her eyes and saw that the secret passage was full of people wearing tactical vests. Victor's scar was particularly eye-catching in the crowd.
On the wall behind him, an electronic screen displayed the real-time temperature of the freezer, and from farther away, thunderous cheers came from the audience seats in the ice hockey rink. The finals had begun.
Erin's nails nearly dug into her palms when the key in the freezer's metal door clicked.
She could hear her own blood roaring in her ears, mixed with the residual sting of infrasound. Lucas's equipment had just suddenly failed. Perhaps the low temperature had frozen the circuit. The moment the door opened, cold mist poured out like white silk being pulled. Irene dragged Lucas behind the nearest shelf. The wooden partitions were covered with a thin layer of ice, and ice chips fell down when they were touched. She caught a glimpse of Lucas's Adam's apple rolling in his scarf, and the frost on his eyelashes melting into small water droplets with his breathing. In an environment of minus 25 degrees Celsius, that little bit of moisture was even more dangerous. 3 people. Lucas lowered his voice very low, and the white mist he exhaled condensed into a miniature cloud between the two of them. Victor is in the middle, holding a Glock 17. The one on the left is carrying a shotgun, and the one on the right. He suddenly paused, his eyes swept in a certain direction. The trouser leg of the one on the right is stained with oil. He should be responsible for the peripheral machinery and maybe more familiar with the circuit. Erin followed his gaze. The man in the tactical vest was swinging a flashlight across the tops of the shelves, and she didn't even dare blink when the beam swept across her hiding place. But the beam of light suddenly shifted halfway. Victor raised his hand and patted his subordinate on the shoulder. The gang leader's face was grayish-blue in the cold light, with a scar running from his left eyebrow to his jaw. At this moment, he was giving a twisted smile. "Don't rush to find it. Block the vent first." Vents? Irene's heart skipped a beat. When they hid in just now, she noticed that there was a half-person high ventilation duct in the ceiling, which she had intended to use as an escape route. But Victor was obviously prepared. The guard on the right, covered in engine oil, had already brought an iron frame, stepped on it, and tied the grill shut with wire. The temperature is still dropping. Lucas pressed his fingers on her wrist, conveying the biting cold. The liquid ammonia leak may be in the southeast corner, where the frost is thicker. His fingertips unconsciously stroked her wrist bones. This was his habitual action when thinking. Irene remembered that when he first gave a psychological assessment to a player, he did the same thing, touching the stethoscope and spinning the pen at the same time. Now is not the time to reminisce. Irene stared at Victor's leather boots, a pair of shiny Martin boots that made the ice crackle with every step. She counted the steps, 2 pauses, 1 heavier, indicating he was checking the bottom of the shelves. "They're closing the circle," she whispered. "They'll be crossfire in 30 seconds. Lucas's hand suddenly pressed on her lower back with an unquestionable strength. "Come with me." He pulled her to bend over and crawl into the gap between the shelves. The frozen meat boxes above were covered with a thin layer of frost. The ice shell of a piece of beef leg was cracked, revealing dark red meat stubble. very much like the body pierced by a hockey stick in the morgue last week. Look at the pipe. Lucas pointed to the metal gas pipe above his head. It's 10 centimeters in diameter. Can it bear the weight of 2 people? Irene looked up and saw that the surface of the pipe was covered with slippery frost. She remembered that she had used the scratches of ice skates to calculate the coefficient of friction when observing the skaters' skating tracks at the ice rink 3 months ago. The friction coefficient of the tube wall is 0.15, she quickly estimated. If you take off your shoe, take it off. Lucas had already bent down to untie his shoelaces, and his black Oxford shoes slid half a meter on the ice. His socks were dark grey, with a small hole in the toe. Erin remembered that these were the same pair he was wearing last week, when he said he was going to the lab, and she caught him secretly giving the number 5 position a closed injection in the players' locker room. The guard's footsteps came closer. Irene gritted her teeth and took off her high heels. As soon as her toes touched the metal pipe, it felt like they were burned. No, it was an illusion caused by the cold. As she clung to the pipe, she heard Victor's voice below her. That idiot Sam said it was done. I want to live, especially that female psychiatrist. Do it, Irene said softly. Lucas picked up the frozen chicken at his feet and smashed it against the shelf 5 meters away. With a dull bang, the guard's flashlight beam immediately pierced over. While they turned around, Irene dragged Lucas and moved quickly along the pipe. The metal pipe wall burned her palms, but it was much better than being hit by a bullet. Does the infrasound equipment still work? She asked. Lucas reached into his coat pocket. The metal case of the device was covered in ice. There was no response when he pressed the power button. Maybe the battery is frozen. He pulled off his scarf and wrapped it around the device. Wait another 30 seconds. No need to wait. Irene's pupils suddenly contracted. The guard on the right had somehow gone around to the other side, with the muzzle of his shotgun pointed directly at the pipe they were in. To make matters worse, Victor had already pulled out his intercom. Seal all exits. They're on the duct. Jump. Irene dragged Lucas towards the shelf below. The 2 men slammed heavily on the frozen fish box, and ice chips fell on their heads. Irene reached for the pen at her waist, the profiler's pen that could pop out a miniature camera, which was her only weapon at the moment. She stabbed the nearest guard's wrist with her backhand, and the guard let go in pain, and his shotgun fell to the ground with a clang. Run. Lucas picked up the shotgun and threw it at Victor. The gang leader dodged by turning his head, and the scar on his face formed a hideous arc. Irene saw a light blue tattoo behind his ear, the V7 logo, exactly the same as the one found behind the neck of the deceased in the morgue 3 months ago. The 2 of them shuttled between the shelves. The depth of the freezer was longer than they had imagined. Out of the corner of her eye, Irene saw a rusty old freezer in the corner. The door was half open, revealing stacks of black plastic bags inside. Lucas ran too fast and his shoulder hit the cabinet. With a crash, a stack of documents fell out from the gap in the plastic bag. Stop. Irene grabbed him. At the top of the document was a handwritten list. November 17, Ice Arena number 3. 2 bodies processed. December 5, Maple Leaf's locker room. 1 body processed, with organ sample. The signature column was signed in a flamboyant manner. VG, Victor Gray. No, Victor's last name was Leclerc, whom Irene had seen in the gang files. It's the abbreviation of Lucas. Lucas's voice suddenly became tense. He squatted down, his fingertips trembling, as he stroked the signature. My father's laboratory. Behind me, I heard the whistling of bullets scraping against the shelves. Victor's voice was like ice. If you run again, I'll break your legs. Erin grabbed the documents and stuffed them into her arms, dragging Lucas deeper into the cave. The temperature here was even lower, and the hissing sound of the liquid ammonia leaking was becoming clearer and clearer. 2 metal doors appeared in front of me, one marked cold storage area, and the other equipment room. Irene was about to push the door, but found that both doors were locked with iron chains. There was ice on the locks, and it was obvious that they had been closed for a long time. "This way," Lucas pointed to the vent on the ceiling, the one that had just been tied to death by the guards with wire. At this moment, the iron wire has broken, and the grill has tilted to one side, revealing the dark pipe. "Did you break it?" Irene looked up. Lucas didn't answer, just pushed her up. When Irene's hand just reached the edge of the vent, Victor's sneer came from behind. "Climb, crawl into the pipe, and freeze to death. I have plenty of time to wait for you to turn into ice sculptures." The air in the pipe suddenly backflowed, bringing with it a pungent smell of ammonia. Erin looked back and saw Lucas smashing the nearest ammonia pipe with the butt of his shotgun. "Are you crazy?" she screamed. "How can you live without going crazy?" Lucas's eyes glowed strangely in the cold light. "Liquid ammonia concentration reaches 15% and will explode. They dare not get too close." There was no explosion, but the white mist of liquid ammonia instantly filled the entire freezer. Victor's curses were drowned out by the harsh sound. Irene felt difficulty breathing and her vision went dark. She grabbed Lucas's hand and crawled into the pipe, hearing the guards coughing and stumbling behind her. The ventilation duct was so narrow that she had to crawl forward. Irene's knees scraped against the rusty iron sheets, and the documents in her arms hurt. I don't know how long I climbed, but suddenly a light appeared in front of me. It was the exit of the pipe, an underground passage facing the ice hockey rink. But when she stuck her head out, her heart almost stopped. 3 men in tactical vests were standing at the entrance of the passage, shining their flashlight beams at them. The leading man took off his hat, and the scar on his face turned into a sneer. "Run, psychiatrist." "It's Victor." On the wall behind him, there was an electronic screen showing the real-time temperature of the freezer. Irene's fingers unconsciously clenched the document, the edge of the paper cutting into her palm. She heard Lucas's rapid breathing behind her, mixed with the hum of the infrasonic device suddenly starting up. This time the sound was sharper than before, like a drill bit drilling into everyone's brain. The stairs extended down 17 steps. Irene counted them clearly, and the moss made a tiny crunching sound under the soles of her shoes with every step. The humming sound of the infrasound became clearer as he went deeper, like countless steel needles dancing on the eardrums. Lucas kept his fingers pressed lightly behind his ears, which was his habitual action when adjusting the infrasound equipment. The space behind the door is wider than expected. When the 2 people's flashlight beams swept across the wall, Irene gasped. The entire wall was embedded with metal pipes, and turbid light blue liquid flowed in the half-meter diameter pipes. Crushed ice floated on the surface of the liquid, and it looked like corpse spots under the cold light. The roar of the refrigerator came from above my head, mixed with the sound of liquid flowing in the pipes, like some kind of covered mouth whimper. The temperature here is at least -15 degrees. The white mist Lucas exhaled condensed into ice crystals in front of him. He took off his gloves and touched the wall, and his fingertips turned white instantly. The refrigeration system uses liquid ammonia, the same as the backup cold storage in the team training hall. But his voice suddenly paused, and the flashlight beam stopped at the corner of the wall. The pipes in the backup cold storage are made of copper, and the ones here are made of titanium alloy. Irene looked in the direction of the light. There were tiny lines engraved on the titanium alloy wall, which looked like some kind of number, but it had been deliberately polished away, leaving only the vague words, V7, exactly the same as the marks on the inside of the murderer's helmet at the crime scene. She felt a chill on the back of her neck, not because of the cold, but because of a verified hypothesis. From the titanium alloy parts in the secret compartment of the auto repair shop, to the witness who disappeared in the stands of the ice hockey rink, all the clues finally converged in this underground space. "Look over there." Lucas lowered his voice. Deep in the freezer there were 6 rows of metal cabinets as tall as a person. The door of the 3rd cabinet in the middle row was not closed tightly. A streak of white frost seeped out from the gap in the door and formed a winding silver snake on the ground. When Irene walked over, the ice made a crisp sound under her feet, as if she was stepping on countless pieces of glass. She put on rubber gloves and gently pushed open the cabinet door. The cold air with a rotten smell hit her in the face. She subconsciously turned her head, but caught a glimpse of brown marks on the cabinet wall in her peripheral vision. It's blood. She squatted down and scraped off some condensed debris with her fingernails. It's in a splattering shape, which means the victim still had vital signs at the time. The flashlight beam swept across the temperature adjustment knob, and her pupils contracted slightly. There are 5 parallel scratches on the edge of the knob. The depth is consistent. It should be left by someone wearing rubber gloves who adjusted it frequently.
Lucas leaned in, his breath condensing into tiny drops of water on the back of her neck. The normal cold storage temperature is set at 8 to 18, and the lowest setting here is adjusted to -32.
He pointed to the scale on the knob. Look at this. The last adjustment was at 2:17 in the morning 3 days ago. Exactly the same time as the third victim's disappearance. Erin's finger stopped at the drain at the bottom of the cabinet. There were fresh scratches on the edge of the drain, as if some metal instrument had been forcibly pulled out. She took out the magnifying glass she always carried with her and shone it on the marks. The teeth marks of the hockey knife matched the wound on the back of the victim's neck at the crime scene. She looked up at Lucas, whose face was green under the cold light. They used this place to freeze the bodies, and then bring the bodies into the stadium on game days, and use the hockey knife to create the wounds to fake a murder. But why? Lucas's Adam's apple moved. Freezing the body will destroy the time of death, but the wound caused by the hockey knife, because of the surveillance in the auditorium. Irene suddenly remembered the common point of the previous 3 murders. Every time a crime occurred, the surveillance in the area where the murderer was located would be out of order for 3 minutes. They needed to make the body appear to have just died before the surveillance was restored. Freezing can delay rigor mortis and morbidity, and then use an ice knife to create fresh wounds to perfectly cover up the time when the body was dumped. The sound of metal collision suddenly exploded behind me. They both turned at the same time, their flashlight beams sweeping across the shadows of the entrance. The man in dark blue overalls was bending over to pick up a fallen wrench. His hat brim was pulled down low, revealing only his bluish chin. On his left ring finger was a faded Maple Leafs emblem ring, exactly the same as the one worn by old Tom, the team's locker room cleaner. How did you get in? The man's voice was deliberately hoarse. His right hand was hidden behind his back, and his knuckles turned white from the force. This is a restricted area. Follow me out. Erin noticed that his left eyelid was twitching, a classic sign of lying. She took a half step forward and deliberately let the flashlight beam sweep across his face. Sam Hawke, right? You delivered an ice bucket to the locker room at the team celebration party last month. She remembered this man. He knocked over the ice bucket, and the broken ice splashed on the captain's trophy. He was scolded by the security guard and trembled, but now his posture was too steady to be that of a timid administrator. I'm here to check the refrigerator. Sam took 2 steps back and leaned his back against the operating table. If you don't leave, I'll just press that red button, Lucas suddenly asked. His eyes fell on the control panel behind Sam, where there was a button covered in plastic film, with fresh fingerprints on the edge. Emergency locking device for the freezer, right? Sam's pupils contracted violently. Irene took the opportunity to go around to his side and saw a diamond-shaped scar on the back of his neck, exactly the same as the mark on the V7 project member list in the secret compartment of the repair shop. Her heartbeat quickened suddenly, and all the clues connected into a network in her mind. Sam was not an ordinary administrator. He was a spy planted by V7 in the freezer. We just want to make sure the equipment is safe. Irene softened her voice and deliberately showed a confused expression. The team will host an international press corps this month, and the coach asked us to check it in advance. Stopped talking nonsense. Sam suddenly rushed towards the console, tearing the plastic film into pieces. The moment the red button was pressed, the metal door made a dull roar. Irene rushed over to stop it, but was held back by Lucas. White mist sprayed out from the door axis, which was a sign of liquid nitrogen leakage. Direct contact would cause frostbite. The moment the door was completely closed, the roar of the refrigerator suddenly rose a notch. Irene's temple was throbbing. This time the infrasound was sharper than before, like a drill drilling into her brain. She held onto the nearest freezer, but felt a dent on the cabinet. It was caused by the butt of a gun, and there was black fiber on the edge, like the material of a tactical vest. The temperature is dropping. Lucas's voice was trembling, and his eyelashes were frosted. Liquid ammonia has leaked. It's at least 25 degrees Celsius now. In half an hour. Shh. Irene suddenly pressed his wrist. There were footsteps in the distance, not the shuffling of rubber soles, but the crisp sound of leather boots on ice. The sound was getting closer and closer, mixed with the sound of metal colliding, the sound of the holster rubbing against the tactical belt. Someone turned the doorknob, and there was the click of a key being inserted into the lock. Then a deep male voice with a thick Quebec accent said, "Are you sure there's no one inside?" Sam said, "It's done." Another voice came closer, "But Mr. Victor must live, especially the psychiatrist." The roar of the refrigerator drowned out the second half of the sentence. Irene and Lucas looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eye. The blue light of the electronic barrier burned an afterimage on Irene's retina. She took a half step back and her lower back hit the rusty water pipe hard. The sound of the guard's leather boots behind him was like drum beats, tapping on his nerves one by one. The necks of the players controlled by the infrasound were twisted into unnatural angles. Their grey-blue pupils had no focus. They mechanically repeated the command to clean the ice. Their knuckles turned white from excessive force, and half a torn guard uniform was still hanging on the tip of one of them's hockey stick, the fabric fibers trembling slightly in the air. The frequency fluctuates at 9.7 Hz. Lucas's voice was hoarse like metallic friction. He squatted at the edge of the barrier and quickly ran his index finger across the control module on the wall. It overlaps with the parameters of the infrasonic generator I used to rehabilitate the players, but the amplitude is increased by 30%. His cufflinks rubbed against the module interface, and a few sparks flew. Claire used dual frequency superposition, and our interference code was offset as soon as it was injected. Linda's wrench fell to the ground with a clang. The woman who had moved hundreds of pounds of ice bricks in the freezer was now leaning against the wall with her chest heaving violently. The wound on her forehead was still bleeding, staining her collar dark red. "Last time I was locked in the freezer, they also used this kind of barrier to seal the door." She suddenly grabbed Irene's wrist, her nails almost digging into her skin. "Doctor, my daughter's birthday is tomorrow." Irene's throat tightened. She could smell a mixture of rust and disinfectant on Linda's body that was left when he blocked the hockey stick to save her. The psychiatrist's professional instinct allowed her to quickly scan Linda's trembling pupils, the tense jawline, the guards gradually closing the distance, now only 10 meters, and finally fell back to the pulsating electricity on the barrier. The pale blue arcs tangled like living things, casting spider web-like shadows on the ground. "Look at the bottom of the barrier." She squatted suddenly, her fingertips touching the ground. There were several very shallow scratches on the cement floor, extending radially in all directions. Infrasound resonance requires a stable medium for transmission. The floor here is solid concrete. She felt along the scratches and touched a slightly loose floor tile near the corner of the wall. "There is a mezzanine here." Lucas came over immediately and pried up the floor tiles with the tip of his pen. A palm-sized metal cabin was exposed underneath, with densely packed silver circuit boards inside. "This is the backup power interface." He tapped his fingers quickly on the board. Claire installed an independent power supply module to prevent power outages, but the interface model is incompatible with the main system. He pulled off the tie at his collar and used a silver clip to open the wire. If the backup power can be cut off, the main system will be forced to reduce the frequency. It's too late, Linda screamed suddenly. The nearest guard had already rushed to a distance of 5 meters, swinging his hockey stick towards the back of Irene's neck. Irene rolled over instinctively, and her left shoulder hit the edge of the metal cabin. The severe pain made her eyes go black. Suddenly a figure passed over my head. It was Eddie. The forward, who had been trembling in the locker room holding his helmet, now seemed like a different person. His protective gear was half hanging on his body, revealing his chest covered with old wounds, and his right hand was tightly grasping the hockey knife he had snatched from the guard. The blade whistled as it sliced through the air, accurately deflecting the club that was aimed at Irene. "They're afraid of high-frequency vibrations." His voice was cracked, as if it had been polished by sandpaper. "The last time the helmet controlled me, I heard the system alarm saying that high-frequency vibrations would interfere with the infrasonic circuit." Erin rolled over on the ground and grabbed the wrench that Linda had dropped. The sound of metal crashing exploded in the small space, and she smashed the nearest guard's knee, the most vulnerable part of an ice hockey player. The guard groaned and staggered towards his companion. The control chain between the two seemed to be interrupted for a moment, and a hint of clarity flashed in his grey-blue pupils. "Eddie!" Lucas's voice cut through the chaos. "Go get my medkit." There is a high-frequency sound wave generator in the interlayer. He was poking the circuit board with the tip of a pen, sweat all over his forehead. "The parameter is 7. Quick." Eddie was like an awakened ice bear. He pushed aside 2 guards. The medical box was in the corner of the wall, 5 meters away, and was kicked all over the place by Claire's men. A guard raised a golf club and swept it across his waist, but he took the blow as if he was unconscious, rushed over and grabbed the box, and the metal buckle left a red mark on his palm. "Kia." He tossed the generator to Lucas. The device made a dull thud when it fell to the ground. Lucas unplugged the cable and plugged the output end into the backup power port. The red indicator light began to flash wildly, and the current of the infrasonic barrier suddenly twisted into a spiral, making a shrill buzzing sound. "Erin, give me the wrench," Lucas yelled. Irene threw the wrench over, and he caught it and smashed it against the generator adjustment knob. The high-frequency vibration of 17.3 kilohertz rushed into the barrier system along the line. The blue light suddenly shrank, and a half-meter-wide crack appeared in the center, like ice split by a knife. "Let's go." Irene grabbed Linda and rushed towards the crack. The electric current brushed across the ends of her hair, and the burning smell made her nose sore. Claire screamed from behind. "Stop them. Whoever lets Visser run away will be put in the ice house with those useless players." The guards attacked more fiercely, and one player's hockey blade grazed Irene's right arm, and blood immediately oozed out. Eddie suddenly grabbed the player's wrist. "Sorry, bro." His voice was as light as a sigh, but he twisted the opponent's elbow with force, grabbed the basketball knife with a crisp bone-cracking sound, and stabbed it into the nearest surveillance camera with his backhand. Amidst the flying sparks, he turned and pushed Irene. "I know there's a ventilation duct at the back door. You go first. I'll cover you. Outside the crack is a narrow fire escape, and the smell of mold and rust hits you in the face." When Irene turned around, she saw Eddie being pressed against the wall by 3 guards. His hockey knife was stuck in the ground, supporting his almost broken body. But he was still smiling. "Remember to tell the media the chip number in the helmet." His voice was drowned out by the sound of punches. They rushed down the stairs, the metal steps vibrating under their feet. When she pushed open the fire door leading to the ground, the cold night wind blew into her collar, but Irene froze. The streets were lined with black cars parked on both sides, all with their lights on, the white light blinding people. At least 20 men in black suits stood beside the car, the guns in their hands glowing coldly in the night. Farther away, the roar of helicopters was getting closer and closer, and the light spots of searchlights were like giant palms, pressing down from the eastern sky. Linda dug her nails into the back of Irene's hand. That's the Snow Wolf logo. Her voice trembled. The Mafia's most ruthless enforcers, they... Lucas pulled off his coat to wrap Irene's wound, then suddenly stopped. He looked at the stretched Lincoln at the end of the street. The door slowly opened, revealing a person in the shadows inside the car. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, playing with a hockey puck with the Maple Leafs logo engraved on the surface. "Doctor." His voice was like a razor blade, coated in sugar. "Welcome to the real ice." The helicopter's searchlights swept across their faces. Irene could hear her own pounding heart, mixed with the faint cheers coming from the distant ice hockey arena. The semi-finals of the finals were being played there, and the shouts of tens of thousands of people pierced the night. But they were no match for the silence in her ears at the moment. She suddenly reached into her pocket and touched the chip she had taken from Claire's laboratory. The metal edge poked at the palm of my hand like a bomb about to explode, and in the underground base behind them, Eddie's laughter was still echoing. The alarm sounded like a rusty ice knife scraping across a metal plate, causing pain in the eardrums in the confined underground space. Irene's shoulder blades were pressed against the edge of the console. She could clearly feel the USB flash drive in the file bag getting hot with her heartbeat. The temperature seeped into her skin through the brown paper, like a frozen fire. "Dr. Visser." Claire's voice came from behind the guards. She was wearing a neatly tailored black suit, and the ends of her hair were stained with the blue light of the electronic screen. "You should understand the consequences of trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm." She tapped the smartwatch on her wrist with her fingertips, and the guard in the front row immediately raised his gun, and the muzzle stopped half an inch above Irene's collarbone. It was the precision unique to ice hockey players, and even the trembling had a trained rhythm. Irene's eyes flickered across Claire's pupils. The helmet designer's eyes were now glued to the briefcase in her arms, her eyelashes casting tiny shadows under her eyes, exactly the same micro-expression she had when she secretly glanced at the design drawings in the laboratory 3 days ago. She suddenly remembered what Lucas had said. All precision instruments have vulnerabilities, including the human brain. "We surrender." Her voice trembled as she spoke, but her fingers quietly pinched into her palms. She moved the file bag to the side, revealing half a corner of an A4 paper stained with coffee. It was the draft of infrasonic resonance frequency marked by Claire. Linda's breath hitched behind her ear. The woman who used to carry ice in the freezer was now holding a wrench she picked up from the corner, her knuckles turning white. But Irene knew she would cooperate, just like last week in the warehouse. When Linda tied up the stalker with frozen towels, she showed weakness first, and then attacked. "Throw the information over here." Claire placed her index finger on the crown, and the guards simultaneously pressed the butts of their guns down half an inch. Erin noticed the elbow pad of the guard on the far left. The cross-shaped stitches on it were exactly the same as the wound Eddie had left when he hit the backboard in last year's preseason. "They are not guards, but scavengers controlled by helmets." "Linda, don't be impulsive." Irene suddenly raised her voice, her fingers tightly clenched around the briefcase. "We can't beat them." She deliberately staggered half a step. The edge of the briefcase scraped against the console, and the USB drive inside hit the metal, making a crisp click. Claire's pupils shrank. This subtle change was captured by Irene. As expected, what she wanted was not the person but the secret in the design drawing. Lucas's fingers tapped rapidly at his side, signaling the start of Morse code. He pretended to stagger backward, and his back hit the electronic operating table in the corner. The warmth of the metal casing seeped through his shirt, and he felt for the keyhole on the edge of the operating table, the same type of medical equipment used in the team doctor's office, using the NHL's internal encryption system. "Do you think you can live if you hand over the information?" Linda suddenly yelled, turning the wrench in her palm. They even use Eddie as a tool. She raised her weapon and smashed it at the nearest guard. At the moment when the metal collision sounded, Irene took the opportunity to throw the file bag to the right. That was Claire's blind spot. The guard's attention was distracted. Lucas's fingertips moved quickly across the operating table. He remembered that Claire had used infrasonic frequency to crack the password of this device when she was debugging the helmet in the team doctor's office last week. He pulled the stethoscope off his collar and placed the metal head against the operating table. A faint electrical noise came from the ear tube, 52 Hz, which matched the basic frequency of the infrasound experiment. Wrong password. The red light on the console flashes. Lucas's forehead was covered with sweat. He caught a glimpse of Irene being clamped by 2 guards, and Linda's wrench was stuck in the shoulder pad of the 3rd guard. He recalled the log he secretly photographed in Claire's office 3 days ago. When infrasound resonates with brain waves, all electronic devices will become amplifiers. He grabbed the bottle of medical alcohol on the table and sprayed half of it on the combination lock. The low temperature when the alcohol evaporates causes the metal to shrink, leaving a tiny gap in the keyhole. Lucas used the tip of his pen to pry open the gap, and sure enough, there was a note inside. 0429. Eddie's birthday. Claire always says, the most dangerous place is the safest. But he forgets that player data is the code that the team doctor is most familiar with. The moment the console screen lit up, Lucas inserted the USB drive. Claire's design unfolded on the screen, and the spiral titanium alloy patterns suddenly began to flicker, flickering in sync with the LED lights in the guards' helmets. Irene saw the nearest guard suddenly cover his ears, and the muzzle of his gun hit the ground. The sound of metal collision was mixed with suppressed sobs. That was the muffled groan of Eddie when he was ill. Their weapons system has been interfered with. Linda pulled out a wrench and hit the wrist of another guard. The tactical gun began to emit blue smoke as soon as it hit the ground, and the barrel was twisted like a melting icicle. Claire's face was distorted in the red light, and she shouted at the smartwatch, "Start the backup system." But the guards were already in chaos. Some of them held their heads and banged them against the wall. Some of them were spinning in place with their malfunctioning guns, and the sound of ice hockey protective gear colliding was louder than the alarm. "Let's go." Lucas pulled Irene's wrist and ran towards the exit. Linda followed behind and knocked open the knees of the last 2 guards with a wrench. As they made their way through the chaotic crowd, Irene glimpsed Claire grabbing the intercom on the table. Her lips moved, but the sound was drowned out by the guard's groan. "Seal all exits." The metal door of the exit opened before their eyes, but the moment the 3 of them rushed to the door, it lit up with a dazzling blue light. It was an electronic barrier, with electric currents visible to the naked eye jumping in the air like an invisible net. Irene reached out and touched it, and felt a burning pain at her fingertips, and red marks immediately appeared on her skin. "This is an infrasonic resonance barrier." Lucas's voice tightened, and he stared at the frequency display at the edge of the barrier. "It has the same source as the helmet's control system. Our code can't interfere with it." There was the sound of leather boots stepping on the ground behind me. Claire stood 20 meters away. Her suit was torn, but her hair was still neat. She raised the remote control in her hand and smiled coldly. I said, "The ice surface needs to be clean." The guard's groans suddenly stopped. When Erin turned around, she saw the disturbed players slowly straightening up. Their eyes were strangely gray in the blue light, and their Adam's apples rolled as they repeated the mechanical command. "Clear." The sound of the electric current in the electronic barrier suddenly rose, like an icicle piercing the eardrum. Erin's temples were throbbing. She heard Lucas yelling something, and Linda's wrench fell to the ground with a hollow sound. The exit on the other side of the barrier now seemed even farther away than the bottom of the icy lake. The buzzing sound behind the fire door was like a rusty steel needle, drilling into Irene's temporal bone inch by inch. With her fingertips against the wall, She could feel the ice embedded in the concrete, which was freezing cold. This was the unique temperature of the Mafia's underground base. All passages leading to the ground were frozen to prevent explosions and delay blood coagulation. The frequency is around 4.5 Hz. Lucas's voice came out of his throat. The veins on the back of his hand that was holding the wall bulged. As an expert in infrasound, this low-frequency vibration has a more severe impact on his internal organs than ordinary people. It overlaps with the resonant wave pattern in Eddie's helmet when he had an attack last time. Irene's pupils contracted slightly. 3 days ago in the player's dormitory, when Eddie smashed the closet with his club, she had recorded the buzzing sound that made his pupils dilate with her cell phone. At this moment, she took out her mobile phone and called up the audio comparison. The two sound wave graphs overlapped perfectly on the screen, like two crossed ice skates. They are activating all the helmets simultaneously. She turned to Lucas, who was holding a deformed document bag in his hand. Inside was a copy of Claire's helmet design. If the titanium alloy helmets of the 30 teams in the league receive this code at the same time, they will become 30 mobile infrasound transmitters. Lucas's Adam's apple moved. There will be 20,000 people at the finals, and the sound-absorbing cotton on the dome of the stadium can't block it at all. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of a metal chain breaking behind me. Linda grabbed Irene's sleeve. This woman, who had worked in a freezer for 10 years, had sweat on her eyelashes. It's the ice transport track. They sealed the exit. Irene followed her gaze. Behind the half-open iron door at the end of the corridor, the track that originally transported the ice hockey was emitting a faint blue light. Countless steel cables as thick as thumbs hung from the ceiling, entwining the door frame like the tongues of a giant python. The sound of the ventilation system that could be heard just now completely disappeared. Now the only sound in the entire underground building was the 4.5 Hz hum and the rapid breathing of 3 people. "Come with me." Irene took off the work badge around her neck and wrapped the metal chain around her palm. Twice, she stole it from her father's old toolbox. The mechanic who was killed by the gang taught her how to open locks with any metal product. She remembered Linda saying that the alarm control center of the underground base is usually located in the deepest part of the cryosphere. The sound is getting stronger, so the source should be not far from here. The 3 of them moved along the wall. The soles of Lucas's leather shoes slipped on the icy ground. Irene grabbed his wrist with her backhand and pulled him to her side. This team doctor, who always liked to wear handmade leather shoes, had obviously not adapted to an environment of -10 degrees Celsius. Linda looked back every few steps. In the hood of her down jacket was an electric shock device that she had taken from the guard. The metal contacts glowed faintly in the cold air. As we turned the third corner, the buzzing sound suddenly became clearly audible. The hair on the back of Irene's neck stood up. There was a familiar rhythm mixed in with the sound, the sharp sound of an ice skate scratching across the ice. 1, 2, as if counting something. She recalled Eddie's confession when he was ill. "I heard the old goalkeeper yelling, 'Sweeper.' He said the ice was not clean and needed to be scraped clean." "There's a guard." Linda's whisper pierced the air like a silver needle. 3 men in black tactical uniforms walked out from the shadows in front. One of them had a headset hanging around his neck, revealing a hideous tattoo on his Adam's apple. It was the Angel of Death, the symbol of the Montreal gang. Irene dug her nails into her palms, and childhood memories suddenly surged up. When her father was pressed on the ice, the murderer had the same tattoo on his Adam's apple, and the sound of the ice blade cutting through the skin overlapped with the buzzing at this moment. To the right, she pulled Lucas into the equipment room next to her, while Linda picked up the ice shovel from the corner and held it across her chest. As the guard in front raised his gun, Irene had already thrown out her work badge chain, and the metal chain buckle accurately wrapped around his wrist. The man screamed in pain and pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Lucas's earlobe and hit the wall. splashing ice chips all over his face. Use this. Lucas took out a syringe from the medical bag, which contained the nerve blocker he developed, injected on the side of the neck. Irene caught the needle, took advantage of the force of the guard's punch, and slipped behind him, accurately inserting the needle tip into the vagus nerve next to his carotid artery. The man's movements slowed down instantly, and Linda's ice shovel hit his knee. The three figures fell heavily to the ground like 3 bags of frozen beef. Thank you. Irene pulled out the needle while panting, only to see Lucas staring at her hand. Her knuckles were blue and white from the force, exactly like her father's hand holding the wrench. It's time to go. He looked away and put the scattered documents into his arms. The console should be just ahead. The source of the sound was hidden behind an explosion-proof door with restricted area engraved on it. Irene used the magnetic card she stole from the guard to swipe the electronic lock. The scene inside the door made her gasp. In a space as large as half an ice hockey rink, rows of servers were flashing green light. 12 screens were embedded in the control console in the center, one of which displayed a real-time updated helmet positioning map. The red dots were densely packed, like blood splashed on a map. This is the position of all the players in the league. Lucas leaned in closer to the screen, his fingertips trembling, as he ran over the Montreal Maple Leafs logo. They even activated the spare helmets at the training facility. There was a note on the keyboard below the console, with the words written in Claire's unique mechanical handwriting. Ultimate Protection Program. When the league's reputation is threatened, activate the resonance of all helmets. Erin's temple began to throb again, and she suddenly remembered what the team owner said at the press conference. Hockey is the blood of Montreal, and we will use all means to protect its purity. The main program needs to be shut down. Lucas pulled off the work ID from around his neck and swiped open the console's permission lock. Claire's design mentioned that the frequency of the resonance wave emission is controlled by this server. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and Irene noticed that the tip of his ring finger had calluses from years of holding a pen. They were caused by writing lab reports, and they were exactly the same handwriting as on the player injury records he kept hidden in his office drawer. Enter the confirmation code, 379. Lucas's voice suddenly stopped, and a red warning popped up on the screen. Insufficient authority, requiring a second-level password. Irene's eyes swept over the edge of the console, where there was a half-centimeter deep scratch shaped like the edge of an ice skate. She squatted down and fished out a crumpled note from the crack. It was written in Eddie's handwriting. Mom said that the timer at the ice hockey rink stopped at 12:23 on the day I was born. 22:3. She handed the note to Lucas. When Eddie was controlled by the helmet, he always said time is up. This may be the password he was forced to enter. Lucas's fingers paused, but he still entered the string of numbers. The screen went black for a moment, and when it came back on, all the red dots began flashing rapidly. The humming sound gradually weakened, and Irene heard the sound of machinery running above her head. The steel cable of the ice transport track was contracting, and the exit was about to open. It worked. Linda's voice was full of tears. She pointed to the drawer under the console. There's something here. The drawer was filled with yellow documents. The top one was a confidentiality agreement from 1993. Party A was the Montreal Hockey League, and Party B was Grey Laboratory. Lucas's father, the team doctor who was once regarded as a legend, was signed in the Party B representative column. Infrasonic wave experiment records. Player psychological assessment forms. Irene flipped to a 2001 meeting minutes, which read, when a player makes a major mistake, activate the helmet resonance to make him produce a self-purification impulse. Her fingertips trembled, and she finally understood what Eddie meant by scraping the ice clean. Those violent incidents by players that the media called accidents were actually planned cleanups. We need to take this away. Lucas stuffed the documents into a briefcase, his voice hoarse like rusted gears. This is evidence of all the crimes over the past 30 years. At this moment, The lights in the entire underground building suddenly turned into a glaring red. The sirens tore through the air, harsher than the previous buzz. Irene looked up suddenly, and Claire's face appeared on 12 screens at the same time. Her blonde hair was fixed into a sharp curve with hairspray, and the corner of her mouth was raised with the same smile that Irene had seen in the laboratory when she was looking at the experimental subjects. "Congratulations on finding the control console, Dr. Visser." Claire's voice came through the loudspeaker with an electric noise. "But do you think I would let the core data leave here?" The sound of the iron door being kicked open came from all directions. Irene saw guards in tactical uniforms pouring out from the end of the corridor, the ventilation duct, and even the secret door behind the control console. Their helmets glowed coldly in the red light. They were made of titanium alloy, exactly the same as those worn by the players. Lucas stuffed the document bag into Irene's arms and stood in front of her. Linda held the stun gun tightly, but the current was not enough in front of so many armed men. "You lose." Claire's image zoomed in on the screen, and the same patterns on the helmet design danced in her pupils. "And I will let the entire Alliance know who is the real protector." Irene's back rested against the cold console, and she could hear her own heartbeat. The corners of the documents in the file bag poked her ribs, like an ice knife that could stab out at any time. She looked at the guards who were gradually approaching, and suddenly noticed the Adam's apple of the man in front. There was no tattoo, only a light pink scar, exactly the same as the place where Eddie was scratched by an ice skate during training. "They're players too," she whispered. Lucas followed her gaze and his face turned pale instantly. Under the tactical uniforms of the guards, one could vaguely see the outlines of ice hockey protective gear. The guns in their hands were held so steadily, as steady as muscle memory gained through thousands of training sessions. That was the absolute control over the equipment that was unique to ice hockey players. In the red light, the nearest guard took off his helmet. Grey-blue eyes, the same pair that Erin had seen at the end of the hallway. The corners of his mouth pulled out a stiff smile, which was exactly the same as Eddie's expression when he was sick. "The ice surface is not clean. It needs to be scraped clean." Amid the alarm, Irene heard the USB flash drive in the file bag getting hot. That was the design drawing of Claire's helmet, which was now glowing slightly with the vibration, like an ice mine about to explode. The alarm sounded like a rusty steel needle piercing her eardrum, and Irene's pupils shrank into needle points in the red light. Her peripheral vision swept across the layout of the laboratory. On the left was a workbench filled with electronic components. On the right was an iron rack piled with unfinished titanium helmets. And at the innermost end was a silver computer screen glowing with a cold light. Just now, when Claire was typing in the command, she caught a glimpse of the coffee stains left on the keyboard, which corresponded exactly to the number 7 and the letter B. "Lucas, give me the file." She tugged at the hem of the man's white coat, her fingertips touching the sweat on the back of his neck. Claire's helmet control protocol should be embedded in the medical department's system. "I need the parameters in the experimental records." Lucas's Adam's apple moved, and as he stuffed the brown paper bag into her arms, his fingertips brushed the old scar on her wrist. It was caused by flying glass during a gang fight in her childhood. He remembered that when he examined her last week, she curled up on the examination bed and said, "It doesn't hurt," but now the scar was slightly raised as her muscles tensed, like a snake ready to pounce. When Subject 02's memory was confused, the frequency of the infrasound was... He lowered his voice and glanced at the guard at Claire's feet. The guy's tactical boots were stained with snow water from the ice rink, and the butt of his gun was engraved with the crow totem of the night owl family. Claire used superposition waves, and the main frequency should be hidden in. With a ding sound, the computer screen lit up. Irene's index finger was hovering over the enter key, and her hair was blown against her face by the air conditioning. She had just tried 3 times using the old freezer work number, LD219, provided by Linda, and finally added Claire's laboratory access code, Blue 7, to the suffix, When she was doing a psychological assessment for Claire last week, she kept staring at the blue flag outside the window. "It's in." Her voice was as light as crushed ice, and her fingers flew across the touchpad. "The code structure is bound to the NHL player data link. No wonder it can directly affect the nerves through the helmet." "Dr. Visser." Claire's voice was suddenly close. Irene felt a chill on the back of her neck, and when she looked up, she was met with the cold light behind the other person's lenses. The female technician bypassed the guards at some point, and the bloodstains on her white coat looked like solidified magma in the red light. "Do you think you can crack military-grade encryption with a stolen work number?" She raised her hand to press the keyboard, and Irene suddenly grabbed her wrist. The hand was so thin that you could touch the ulna, and the blood vessels under the skin were like a blue-gray centipede. "Eddie," Lucas roared. The moment Irene turned her head, she saw the former star striker staggering to his feet. The iris of his left eye was unnaturally gray, which was the sequelae of the helmet's long-term compression of the optic nerve. Eddie's right hand unconsciously clenched into a hockey stick grip, his knuckles pressing against the acupuncture point on the back of Claire's neck. That was the method Lucas taught him to relieve shoulder and neck strain when he was a player. "Dr. Claire," Eddie's voice was like rusty gears, "you promised to cure my headache." He applied light pressure with his thumb, and Claire's pupils contracted sharply. Irene took the opportunity to input the frequency parameters in the experimental record into the code box. The garbled characters on the screen began to fall in strings, revealing a line of green access authorized. "Linda." Lucas suddenly pounced on the woman lying at the door. Linda's right shoulder was soaked in blood. She had just taken a blow while trying to block the first wave of guards for them. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and raised her mobile phone. The screen was lit with the structural diagram of the laboratory ventilation duct. In the memory of the old employees of the freezer, the location of each inspection port was engraved in their bones. "The third vent on the back wall," she said, her voice frothing with blood, "leads to the unloading area on the second underground floor." Code copying completed. Irene pulled out the USB flash drive hanging on the computer. The metal casing was so hot that she retracted her fingers. Claire suddenly jumped up, knocked Eddie away with her elbow, grabbed the wrench on the laboratory table and smashed it on her head. At the critical moment, Lucas's infrasound generator vibrated in her palm. It was modified by him using the player's physiotherapy equipment, and it was emitting a wave frequency. Claire paused and the wrench fell to the ground with a clang. Only then did Irene notice that her temple was throbbing, exactly the same symptom as when Subject 02 had his memory confused. It turns out that infrasound not only affects players, but also researchers who are in the experimental environment for a long time. "Let's go." Lucas carried Linda, and Eddie stood in front of Claire like a silent mountain. The guards' guns began to shake, and two of them suddenly covered their ears and squatted down. Their helmets should also be equipped with micro-receivers, and the cracked code was interfering with their nerves. Irene kicked the wrench at her feet away and rushed into the corridor with Lucas. Claire screamed shrilly behind her. "Seal all exits. Activate backup protocol." The lights in the underground passage flickered, and Irene's sneakers slipped on the water stains. She heard a harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other behind her, as if some mechanical device was activated. Lucas's breathing was close to my ear. "The door to the unloading area should be..." His words suddenly stopped. The fire door in front of them was tightly closed, and the red light of the electronic lock blinked in the darkness. From further away came a low hum, like the echo of countless ice pucks hitting the backboard at the same time. Irene reached for the USB drive in her pocket, the coolness of the metal sticking to her skin through her jeans. She looked up at Lucas. The man's profile looked unusually sharp in the red light, and Linda's blood was dripping down his arm, leaving a winding red line on the ground. "Backup protocol," Lucas said suddenly, his voice like frozen ice. "The real accident Claire mentioned may not be directed at us." The buzzing sound became clearer and clearer, and Irene remembered the record of subject number 03 in the file. Personality dissociation was accompanied by infrasonic resonance, and the subject claimed to hear the ice rink calling. She looked at the vents above the fire door, and suddenly realized that the buzzing was mixed with the sound of ice hockey hitting each other. Was it the live broadcast of the NHL finals? No, more like, "Let's go." Linda tugged at Lucas's clothes. "There's an ice truck in the unloading warehouse. The key is around my neck." When Irene helped her take off the keychain, her fingertips touched warm blood. The sound of guards' footsteps could be heard in the distance, mixed with a buzzing sound that was getting closer and closer. She looked back at the road she had come from, and it seemed as if there was a pair of grey-blue eyes watching her in the darkness. Was it Eddie, or other players being manipulated by helmets? The buzzing sound behind the fire door suddenly rose in pitch, like an icicle piercing my eardrum. Irene's temples were throbbing. She heard Lucas yelling something, but could only see his lips moving. The USB drive felt hot in her palm, and fuzzy lines appeared on the metal shell that was the design of Claire's helmet, which was now glowing slightly with the vibration. "They've activated it." Lucas's voice suddenly became clear, his pupils reflecting the red light on the other side of the fire door. "The helmets of the entire Ice Hockey League are receiving this code." The alarm blew again, louder than before. Irene clutched the USB drive tightly and followed Lucas to the warehouse. There was a sound of metal tearing behind me, as if some huge monster was waking up. She didn't know whether what was waiting for them was the key to the ice truck, or a more terrifying accident, but she knew at this moment that what they had cracked was not a code, but Pandora's box. The fire door at the end of the corridor suddenly makes a dull sound, as if something hits it. There was a strange roar in the buzzing sound, mixed with the sharp sound of ice skates scratching across the ice. Irene paused and looked back into the darkness, where a pair of grey-blue eyes were approaching. Snow particles hit Irene's goggles, making tiny crackling sounds. She leaned against the frozen brick wall and tapped lightly with her gloved fingers on the metal door beside her. The side door was 1/2 meter shorter than the main door. There were icicles on the door edge, and there were fresh scratches on the latch, as if it had been pried open and locked again recently. "The guard is at 3 o'clock. Lucas's voice came from her headset, with the unique electrical noise of an infrasonic generator. He hid behind an abandoned snow pile, 20 meters away, holding up a thermal imaging device. There are 2 guard houses on the left, one at the right corner, and inside the door, at least 3. Linda turned the broken cylinder in her palm, with the sharp edge against her cuff. I counted. They change shifts every 10 minutes. 3 minutes ago, the guard at the sentry box went into smoke. Now there's a gap. Her breath condensed into white mist on her mask. "I'll distract the one on the right, and you guys take the opportunity to break through the door." Irene nodded, her fingers curling around the latch. The biting cold of the metal pierced into the palm of my hand, through the glove, just like the burn on the temple of the dead person in the morgue that day. The same cold, the same burning sensation. The words infrasonic resonance injury on the autopsy report 3 days ago were still burning on her retina, and the helmet is talking. That the deceased had repeatedly murmured before his death were now exploding into pieces in her mind, along with the ice hockey commentary floating out of the stronghold. The door latch clicked softly. Just as Irene was about to push the door open, a man's roar suddenly leaked out from the crack of the door. "Claire, you'd better figure out who is supporting your laboratory. It's this." She was very familiar with this voice. The caller ID of the deceased's last phone call in the morgue surveillance 3 days ago showed Ben's private number. "Raise it?" The woman's voice was as cold as liquid nitrogen. "If you guys hadn't always interfered with my brainwave receiver on game days, Jones's helmet would have been able to transmit commands stably long ago. During the last test, the infrasound frequency was disrupted by the electromagnetic waves from the betting odds, and he almost stabbed the hockey stick into the referee's throat." Irene's pupils suddenly contracted. She leaned close to the crack in the door and saw the tips of Ben's leather boots shaking and the hem of Claire's white coat sweeping the ground. It was made of anti-static material, specially used in laboratories, and the cuffs were stained with dark brown stains, like dried blood. "Jones has gone crazy." Ben lowered his voice. "Now the entire National Hockey League, NHL, is paying attention to the Maple Leafs murder case. The higher-ups want us to destroy all the experimental records immediately." "Destroy it," Claire laughed. "Do you know how many nanoscale electrodes are used in that titanium alloy helmet? Each electrode is embedded with Jones's brainwave resonance chip. Destroying it is equivalent to feeding 30 years of experimental data into a shredder." Her heels suddenly rolled over the ground. "Besides, what you want is a controllable accident, and what I want is—" "Shut up." Ben slapped his hand on the metal table, causing the reflection of a few pieces of paper to leak through the crack in the door. "Someone is coming." The back of Irene's neck instantly straightened. She heard the sound of Ben's leather boots approaching, and immediately pulled Linda behind the icicle on the side of the door. Lucas's thermal imager beeped rapidly in his headset. "The guard inside the door is moving towards you, 5 meters away." With a creak, the side door was opened half a foot.
Ben's silhouette loomed in the doorframe, his left hand on the holster at his waist and his right hand holding a tactical flashlight.
As the beam of light swept across the icicle, Irene saw his Adam's apple move. That was the instinctive reaction of a hunter before discovering his prey. "Come out." Ben put the muzzle of his gun against the icicle. "I know you are here." Linda suddenly rushed out from the other side, and a cylinder fragment scratched Ben's wrist. Ben dodged and the butt of the gun struck her shoulder. Irene took the opportunity to break open the side door, and Lucas's infrasonic generator vibrated in her palm. As soon as the preheating completion prompt sounded, the guards' shouts came from all directions. "There's an intruder. Block all exits." The battle was more chaotic than expected. Linda's cylinder fragments scratched the first guard's forearm, and blood splattered on the snow like red plum blossoms. When Lucas's infrasonic generator swept across the crowd, the 2 guards squatted down, covering their ears, and blood oozing from their noses. The resonant frequency interfered with their inner ear nerves. Irene kicked over the iron bucket at her feet and rushed into the corridor with Lucas while the guard was distracted. The door of the laboratory at the end of the corridor was ajar, and a pungent smell of chemicals wafted out. The moment Irene kicked the door open, she saw a half-finished titanium alloy helmet on the laboratory table, with densely packed electrodes lining it like silver blood vessels. The whiteboard on the wall was filled with brainwave frequency formulas, and at the bottom was circled in red pen, Jones 03, the number of the deceased. "Here." Lucas pulled out a brown paper bag from the drawer. The edge of the document was stamped with Maple Leaf Team Medical Department, Infrasonic Wave Experiment Record. Subject, number 02, has memory confusion. Subject, number 03, has personality dissociation. His fingers suddenly stopped. "Here is a handover form. Party A is the Mafia's Night Owl family, and Party B is the Maple Leaf team management." The alarm sounded suddenly. Claire stood at the door of the laboratory, holding the remote control in her hand. The front of her white coat was stained with fresh blood, whether it was from the guard or Linda. "Do you think you can get out alive?" She pressed the last button, and dense footsteps came from the corridor. "Ben has blocked all exits. And my helmet." She glanced at the semi-finished product on the laboratory table. "Soon the entire National Hockey League, NHL, will witness a real accident." Irene stuffed the documents into her arms, and Lucas's infrasound generator became hot in her palms. Linda's muffled groan was heard from outside the door, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Claire's sneer mixed with the sound of the alarm pierced her eardrums. The guard behind her raised his gun, and the barrel shone coldly under the light. "Now." Claire pushed up her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses like 2 precision instruments. It's time to settle the score for interrupting my experiment. Victor's index finger trembled slightly on the trigger, and the double-barreled black hole of the shotgun seemed to be spewing out tongues of death. The ice crystals on Irene's eyelashes melted into water, slid down her cheeks into her collar, and the chill ran straight to the back of her neck. But her brain was clearer than ever. Another crisp sound came from the bottom of the cylinder, clearer than before. Linda's Adam's apple moved, and her fingertips stained with engine oil unconsciously rubbed the cylinder valve. This action suddenly reminded Irene of the freezing records she saw in the team's medical room the night before. Linda's resignation report stated that she had 3 years of experience in liquid nitrogen storage equipment maintenance. Lucas, her voice was as soft as snow hitting a brick wall. Give me the spare battery. The team doctor's fingers paused in his trouser pocket. Then he stuffed half a tube of silver batteries into her palm. Irene felt the residual warmth of his body temperature on the surface of the battery, and turned to look at the pile of discarded wooden boards in the corner. Their edges were covered with snow and had ice chips, but they could just fit on the bulges of the bricks. Victor's boots crushed through the snow, leaving them only 5 meters away. Have you finished your last words? He grinned, with bloodstains on his canine teeth that had not yet been wiped clean. That was left when he knocked out a patrol policeman with the butt of his rifle half an hour ago. Irene stuffed the battery into Linda's hand and pointed to the cylinder valve. Turn it counterclockwise 3 times. Linda's pupils suddenly contracted, and then she nodded heavily. Her fingers pressed on the valve, and the engine oil spread dark yellow marks on the metal surface. This was a habit she developed when she worked in the freezer, and she would apply anti-skid oil before operating high-pressure equipment every time. Ladder. Lucas had already torn the rusty wire that bound the wooden boards. Snow was falling through the gaps between the boards. Tie the top 2 boards with ropes. Will they be strong enough? Irene squatted down and ran her fingertips across the raised cracks in the brick wall. The bricks are 3 centimeters thicker than normal, and have dents on the edges from being hit by hockey sticks. Apparently they were used as stepping stones by gangsters when transporting goods in the past. It can hold 2 people. She looked up at Lucas. You go first. I'll cover you. Want to climb the wall? Victor suddenly laughed and pointed the shotgun at them. Ben, break that woman's legs. Guard Captain Ben had raised his revolver, with the black muzzle pointed at Irene's knees. The snow particles hit the gun barrel, making a crackling sound. Erin's heartbeat was as fast as a hockey puck hitting the netting, and she stared at Ben's wrist. The veteran's gun-holding posture was too perfect. The crosshairs would fall first on her pelvis, and then move down to her knees. Do it, she growled. Linda twisted her wrist sharply, and the valve clicked 3 times. A rumbling sound like thunder came from inside the cylinder, and white mist spurted out from the gap of the pressure valve, condensing into a tiny cloud of ice crystals in the air at minus 20 degrees Celsius. Lucas quickly tied the planks and ropes into a ladder. The snow slipped through his fingers and stuck to his dark gray coat like salt. The moment Ben's finger pressed the trigger, Irene dove for the ladder. The ice on the edge of the wooden board scratched her palm, but she didn't feel any pain. Lucas had already climbed 2 meters high on the protruding bricks. The ladder swayed under his feet, and Linda held it firmly with her shoulder. Bang! The bullet flew past Irene's ear and hit the brick wall, splashing gravel into the back of her neck. Victor's shotgun also fired, and the lead bullets hit the snow pile below the ladder, exploding into a pool of blood. Not their blood, but the blood of the patrol policeman who had just been shot by Ben, whose body was still half buried under the snow. The roar of the cylinder became louder and louder, and the white mist turned into a frenzy of icy mist. Linda's face was frozen red, but she was still pushing hard against the ladder. Quick! The pressure valve is going to explode. Irene's fingers dug into the cracks between the bricks and ice chips pierced her fingernails. She could hear her own pounding heart, the hum of the cylinder about to burst, and Victor's furious roar. Stop them. Damn. That cylinder. The top of the ladder finally rested on the edge of the wall. The moment Lucas rolled over, Irene grabbed his outstretched hand. The heel of her boot slipped on the brick wall, and she almost fell, but she caught a protruding brick at the last moment. Linda's strength suddenly gave way. The ladder sank, and she screamed, "Jump! I can't hold on any longer." Irene and Lucas exerted force at the same time. She felt her wrist was about to be torn off, but the moment it touched the edge of the wall, she heard a deafening explosion behind her. The blast from the exploding cylinder knocked Victor over, and his shotgun flew into the snow. Ben was knocked against the wall by the blast, and his revolver fell to the ground with a clang. When the three men rolled to the other side of the wall, the snow poured into their collars, and they were shivering with cold. Irene propped herself up and saw white ice mist rising from the dead end. Victor's roar was muffled in the mist, like a beast trapped under ice. "Let's go." Lucas pulled her up and looked ahead. They were standing outside the back wall of the Mafia's stronghold. The moonlight was mostly blocked by dark clouds. The neon sign of the stronghold flickered in the snow, and the words Blue Fox Club glowed with a cold light. The barbed wire on top of the wall glowed with a faint blue light, and the searchlight in the corner swept across every 30 seconds, illuminating the four-armed guards. One of them had a cigar in his mouth, and a red cloth wrapped around the butt of his rifle, the symbol of the Sicilian gang. Linda squatted down and wiped the snow off her face with her gloves. There is an underground freezer inside. The entrance is under the third floor tile in the billiard room. Her voice was still panting, but they must have stepped up their security now. Irene stared at the track of the searchlight and counted the interval. She touched the wound on her palm, and found that the blood had already formed a dark brown scab. Lucas' fingers were curled slightly at his sides, a habitual movement when he was thinking. The spare battery for the infrasound generator was still in his pocket, pressed against his thigh through the fabric. The commentary of an ice hockey game came from the base, which was the live broadcast of tonight's match between the Maple Leafs and the Boston Bruins. Irene suddenly remembered the conversation she heard in the team locker room 3 days ago. The titanium alloy helmet that was sent anonymously had the number 30 engraved on the inside, which was exactly the year when the NHL's shady dealings began. The searchlight swept across again, illuminating the combination lock on the back door of the stronghold. There was a thin layer of ice on the metal surface, and 4 of the password keys were more worn than the others. Irene squinted her eyes, and snow particles fell into her eyelashes, blurring her vision, but making the outlines of the 4 keys clearer. "It's time to go in," she said softly, her voice muffled by the wind and snow. "But we have to deal with those 4 guards first." Lucas pulled a spare battery out of his pocket and shook it in his palm. "The infrasound generator needs 10 minutes to warm up." Linda touched the inside pocket of her coat, where the broken pieces of the cylinder she had picked up from the dead end were still, the edges of which were as sharp as a knife. "I can distract the 2 on the left." The beam of the searchlight passed by their feet, casting 3 overlapping shadows on the snow. The commentator in the base suddenly raised his voice. "Jones, the goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs, he saved the penalty kick of the Bruins. This is the 300th shutout in his career." Irene looked at the lights coming from the stronghold and thought of the dead man she saw in the morgue. 3 days ago, the ice hockey player who was accused of murder had burns on his temple caused by infrasound, and his last words were, "The helmet is talking." The snow was still falling, landing on the tips of her hair and forming tiny ice beads. She heard Victor's curses coming from the other side of the wall, getting closer and closer. And further away, the cheers of the Maple Leafs pierced through the wind and snow, mixed with the crisp sound of the puck hitting the sticks, like some kind of ancient war song. "Let's go." She turned and walked towards the back door of the base, her boots leaving clear footprints on the snow. What they are looking for is inside. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever.